Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
सर क्या हुआ फ्राइडे का लेक्चर नहीं दिए?
वो सर को भेजा, सर ने अपलोड किया नहीं, आज करेंगे सर ने बोला है। मैंने भेज दिया था बट सर ने
सर क्या है ना फ्राइडे का क्लास में सैटरडे पढ़ती हूँ। सैटरडे का क्लास में संडे पढ़ूंगी। तो
हाँ।
मैं वीकडेज में ऑफिस का काम कर नहीं पाती हूँ। और संडे का क्लास में थोड़ा करके देखती हूँ।
ओके ओके, अभी से हो जाएगा। वो मैंने भेज दिया। सर बिजी थे कल, क्लास सर के एफएम का क्लास था, टैक्स का भी क्लास था, इसलिए दैट इज द रीजन। बट IAS 16 ही था ना उसमें, फ्राइडे
सर
क्लास
आई ए सिक्सटीन आई ए एस हाँ IA 16।
ओके ओके। अदर्स गुड मॉर्निंग। जिया, किशोर, पूर्वी, सहाना, जस्ट चलो, गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। सो टुडे we have completed what all? We have completed IAS 16. We are done with your IAS 40. Conceptual framework is done, and IFRS 13 is done. So now today we'll be starting with lease, and today we will try to complete the lessees part. So starting with IFRS 16. What is IFRS 16? Anyone? सर हमको मालूम है सर, ये तो important for SBR. Every attempt question will be there. Now sir, what all topics are important? Coming to that point, can I say, in IFRS 16, I hope everyone knows a lesser and lessee will be there. Lesser कौन है? Yesterday I had explained with a basic example. Lesser is the,
पर्सन हु रेंट्स द
yeah, lessee
एसेट ऑन रेंट, हु टेक्स द एसेट ऑन रेंट।
who takes the asset on it. So now there are a lot of topics which we have to cover here. So what are the topics which are very important? I will specify here. So you should concentrate on that. Lessee, lesser. See, under lessee, what do we have? Important topics. First one is, we have to identify whether this is a lease contract or not. First thing. Then we have to learn lessee accounting. Lessee's accounting in case of advance and in case of arrears. Then we have your, under this only, what we have, your short term exemption for your lessee. Let me write down. Recognition, exemption. Then we have sale and leaseback. In this we have three cases to be covered. Then we have remeasurement of lease and modification. Is this is clear? Then in lessors, finance lease or operating lease, lessors accounting, we have to learn that. Then we have After this, we have your concept known as modification is not there for you. Lessors accounting, hmm, manufacturer and a dealer. Then we have your sublease concept. So one more concept is there here, lease and non-lease component. So these are the important topics which we have to cover under your lease part.
सर ये सब एक ही आईएफआरएस में है?
हाँ, एक ही है, IFRS 16।
सर थोड़ा ज्यादा बड़ा नहीं है?
अरे ये तो अभी फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट बाकी है, अभी रेवेन्यू बाकी है। So now lease contract important for your SBR. If you're lucky, sale and lease back very important. If you're lucky, you can get a short question regarding this. उसके बाद में important lease and non-lease component. So reclassification modification. I say that if it's your very bad day, question from this topic. Finance lease, operating lease, very important question. Theory. Understand SBR में क्या होगा? In SBR, the calculation will be less, the explanation will be more. Lessors accounting, if you are lucky, question. Manufacturer dealer, I have not seen such a question, and sublease is very important. So अभी कितने topics important इधर? 5 topics I have marked as important. Lease contract, recognition, sale and lease back, lease and non-lease component. This your September, sale and lease back and lease and non-lease components are asked. So now for the coming attempt December, I hope the examiner gives a finance lease or operating lease question. Sabko clear hai what are the topics we'll be covering? Now you can't do cherry picking. See, these are the things which I have not covered, but I have not seen such a questions frequently tested from these topics. So this is a overall idea of this standard. So today the target we will complete this, we complete this, we complete this, we complete this. We will try to complete the lessees part. We will see if this is we are not able to do this. We will see in the next class. Okay, सबको clear है? Yes, chalo then. Now
यस सर।
when coming to, let me now, this is the flow chart which will. Now let me take an example first. So please understand this example so that your lessee's accounting will be done. With this one example, lessee ka accounting ho jayega. So now normally I say that a person known as A is there, a person known as B is there. A has given a building on rent to whom? Building on rent to B. Every year B will pay 10,000. So what will B record normally? Can I say this building has been given for 5 years? B will record every year's debit expense, credit what? Cash going out of 10,000. So what is the ultimate expense that B will record for 5 years? Kitna expense hai ki that B will record for 5 years? Can I say in total 50,000 is the expense that B will record? Yes, sir. 50,000 is the expense. This is only lease. यही lease है. When I take any asset for lease, what will I say? Sir, every year I'm paying 10,000, 10,000. It's an expense. But just to make your life complicated, IFRS 16 is saying what? IFRS 16 is saying that every year you're paying 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, and 10,000. IFRS 16 says what? Discount these cash flows. What? Discount these cash flows. What is the value today? Please discount and get the value. And once you get the value, you will record what? Debit credit. You will record right to use asset and you will record lease liability. This in whose book we are learning? In lessee's book, not lesser's book. We are learning the accounting treatment in the lessee's book, that is B. Understand that. Abhi sir, now I say that the discount rate is 10 percentage. If the discount rate is 10 percentage, when I take this value at the first day, what will I do? I will take the discounted value. So 10 percentage, how much it will be?
909.909.
So into, let me take here. Can I say year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5? Sir, every year 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Year it will be how much? Into 0.90, so it will be 9090, sir. 0.8268260 751. See, if you do on Excel, correct aega value, but as of now, for understanding purpose, understand that 6830, then 0.620620. Abhi, how much is this now? Total 9090 plus 8260 7510 6830 6200. It is coming to 37,890. Yes or no? 37,890. Yes, sir. So what we record? We record debit credit. We record, so right to use asset and lease liability. Now, sir, why do we record the right to use asset? Because of substance overform. Yes or no? What does the term asset means? I mentioned asset ka meaning kya hai? It's not compulsory that we should have control. Even though if I have a right, it will be my asset. So that is the reason here we are recording what? Sir, we are recording what? We are recording a right to use asset and lease liability. Now, now you only say in the previous class we had learned the amortization table. Yes or no? I had mentioned a table time value that is very important for your lease and for your financial instrument chapter. So now you only say, now if this asset, which is the right to use asset, what will you do? You will treat this as an asset. If you treat this as an asset, what do you record on this? क्या record करेंगे?
Depreciation.
Depreciation. You will record what, sir? इस पर depreciation record करेंगे. Now on this lease liability, what will record? Can I say I will record the expense of unwinding here? Unwinding. So how much is the, I will record interest expense on this. Now let us do this calculation to understand, more detail. So can I say when I draw my amortization table, I say what? Opening balance. After this we have what? Interest. उसके बाद में we have what? Payment. After this we have closing balance. Any doubts in this format? We have done now in the class in detail this format. I had taken an example also. Now opening balance कितना है sir? Liability का 37,890. Yes or no, everyone? Now interest. Can I say what is the percentage we have used to discount it? हमने यूज किया 10%. Same interest I will use 10%. Sir, payment is how much every year? Can I say payment is 10,000 better? Payment is 10,000 every year. So how much this will be? 3789. I will say what? A, B, C, and D. How will I get D? A plus B minus C. 37,890 plus, do it by yourself, use your calculator, or you can do on Excel also, no issues for me. Two four eight four seven. 24847 2485. Understood everyone this table? Now see what I have done. First year I've taken, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth. Fifth year what I've done, because I'm not using Excel. If I use Excel, can I say the value will ultimately come to zero? मेरा closing balance कितना हो जाएगा? My closing balance become zero. Why? I am paying the full amount. So what we will say, 9065 is the value, and how much should I pay? 10,000. Whatever is the difference, I will adjust in the last year. But when you do on Excel, you will get the right value. No issues there. Clear to everyone? Now say me, what is this interest cost? Can I say interest cost को किधर record करें? If I discount something, in the IS 16 also we have learned what? Provision for dismantling. There also interest element was there, that was taken to financing category. Now you only say what is the journal entry I pass for this? Can I say debit finance cost? Credit what? Can I say my lease liability is increasing? I take this value, I add this value. So what is this? 378, this one. 3789. Any doubts to anyone in this? Now, when I do the payment, can I say my lease liability will reduce? When I do the payment, my lease liability will reduce. So, what is the entry? I say my lease liability is reducing by 10. Every year, this is the journal entry we pass. Now, what is the total expense we are recording here? Can I say this is the total expense we are recording? This box, interest box, we are recording the total expense. So, how much is the interest? 73789 plus 3168 2485 1733935. We are recording 12110 as an expense for 5 years.
सर टोटल एक्सपेंस तो हमारा सर 50,000 होगा ना, जो हम रेंट पे कर रहे हैं।
वो नॉर्मल अकाउंटिंग है, यस और नो बेटे? वो तो एवरी ईयर नॉर्मल अकाउंटिंग करते हैं. दैट इज द क्लास 11th एंड 12th व्हाट यू हैव लर्न. बट आईएफआरएस 16 क्या बोल रहा है? You should discount these values. You should record what? A right to use asset and lease liability. See now,
Yes.
this is the treatment which you do normally in your class 11th and 12th. Yes or no? यही करते हैं अपन normal, without having any knowledge of your IS and IFRS. Normally we say what, sir? We should record expense every year. But I mentioned what IS and IFRS works on the concept of substance over form and discounting. अभी the substance क्या, ये asset है ना? I mentioned in conceptual framework, asset means what? You should have the right to take the benefit. It's not the ownership. Even though ownership किसके पास नहीं है? B के पास ownership नहीं है. But B is still recording what? A right to use asset and lease liability. अभी इसे क्या होगा? Understand. Now, can I say what is this? For lease liability, what is the expense we have recorded for 5 years? This one. Now, what is the value of right to use asset? 3789. Can I say I will depreciate this over 5 years? इसको मैं depreciate करूंगा. This is as asset. So how much is the depreciation per year? So 7578, 7578, 7578, 7578, and then 7578. So how much is the total expense I have recorded in the books here? Can I say total depreciation कितना record किया मैंने? 37890. Total interest, how much I have recorded in my books? 12110. So what is the total expense for 5 years I have recorded? Ultimately, I record 50,000 only expense. Yes or no, everyone? अभी आप ही बोलो. You only say me. Can I say फालतू का झमेला है? एक्सपेंस तो
बहुत
50.
ज्यादा।
हाँ,
बहुत ज्यादा।
बहुत ज्यादा. अभी तो कुछ भी नहीं है ये तो. कोई नहीं, अभी समझ में आया सबको विद अ बेसिक एग्जांपल। आई होप टू एवरीवन दिस इज क्लियर सर। क्या करते अपन, इफ यू हैव अंडरस्टूड दिस योर लेसीज पार्ट इज डन, कुछ भी नहीं। और हियर एंड देयर सम 5 to 6 पॉइंट्स यू हैव टू कंसंट्रेट, लेसी का हो गया है। एनीवन एनी डाउट्स यू कैन आस्क मी नाउ। So what is IFRS 16 saying, sir? IFRS 16 is saying that in case of lessee, instead of recording directly the expense, to show faithful representation, to follow the conceptual framework, to follow what substance over form, we record right to use asset and lease liability. Now you only say me, अबे मैं कुछ भी नहीं बोलूंगा. You should only say me if a question comes in your SBR calculation question ज्यादा आएगा क्या? By chance ये आ गया. If you're very lucky, you get this question for 6 to 7 marks. It will not be for 5 years. The examiner will not ask for 5 years calculation. 1 year only, not more than 1 year in SBR. Now you only say me, how will you frame your answer? First, what will you write down? Can I say as per IFRS 16 we should record right to use asset and lease liability? Yes or no? यही तो record किया हमने पहले. Then sir, what we say, lease liability we should unwind and record the interest expense. Then you say what? The lease liability will reduce by the payment that is done. Then can I say right to use asset should be depreciated? If you write down these 5 to 6 points, game is done. उतना ही है. अभी whenever lessee's accounting will come, what are the important sentences you'll write down? Sir, as per IFRS 16, we should record right to use asset lease liability. Now, lease liability, how did we calculate? So, lease liability we calculated by discounting the future lease payment. Then we record a depreciation for right to use asset. We record the unwinding for lease liability, and we record this as a non-current liability in the books. सबको समझ में आया थोड़ा बहुत? Why?
So what do we record as non-current liability?
We will come to that point, बेटे. We will come to that point. ये एग्जाम्पल समझ में आया क्या? क्या करते हैं, इंस्टेड ऑफ राइटिंग 10,000 एक्सपेंस अपन क्या रिकॉर्ड करेंगे? फर्स्ट ईयर के लिए इंटरेस्ट इतना, डेप्रिसिएशन इतना, सेकेंड ईयर डेप्रिसिएशन दिस मच, इंटरेस्ट दिस मच, थर्ड ईयर दिस. सो इंस्टेड ऑफ रिकॉर्डिंग 10,000 स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड, वी नॉर्मली डू क्या सर, अपन डिस्काउंट कर, we discount it, we record something as a liability, we record something as an asset, and do the further treatment as per amortization table. This is your lessee's accounting. Now we will come into detail. Abhi now, if a person who is recording this one, the other person will record what? Can I say A will record what here? A will say that it's my receivable. I have to receive the lease every year. Simple. वही है बस. One will say we record right to use asset and lease liability. The other we will say, the other party will say we will record a receivable saying that I have to receive the money from B. So now this is your base for your IFRS 16. किसी को कुछ डाउट है, नाउ ओनली आस्क मी. कोई फालतू डाउट नहीं रहेगा, चलेगा?
तो नहीं समझ आ रहा है.
नहीं समझ में आ रहा है? क्या नहीं समझ में आ रहा है ये तो बता दो पहले.
सर ये हम लोग इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट अलग से चार्ज करेंगे
हाँ
और डेप्रिसिएशन अलग से चार्ज करेंगे.
हाँ.
दैट विल मेक द टोटल टू 10,000.
वो 10,000 नहीं बन रहा, वो 10,000 बन रहा है क्या? आप ही चेक करो.
नहीं.
नहीं बन रहा ना. वाई? सी नॉर्मली यू रिकॉर्ड, मैंने क्या बोला फर्स्ट डे पर, आईएएस एंड आईएफआरएस वर्क्स ऑन द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ प्रेजेंट वैल्यू. अभी आप एवरी ईयर 10,000 दे रहे हो, सब्सटेंस ओवर. व्हाट इज आईएफआरएस 16 सेइंग? व्हेन यू लॉजिकली थिंक एज पर कॉन्सेप्चुअल फ्रेमवर्क, द डेफिनेशन ऑफ एसेट, द बिल्डिंग व्हेन यू टेक इट बिकम्स योर एसेट एंड यू हैव अ लायबिलिटी टू बी पेड. क्या नहीं से अल्टीमेटली एक्सपेंस कितना? ओनली अंडरस्टैंड, ये स्टैंडर्ड ने बोला है. अभी ये क्यों बनाया है, किसने बनाया है, वो
सर
लेना
वो
देना
सब
है.
ठीक है, लेना देना नहीं है.
हाँ. अभी वो जिन्हें बनाया है, वी हैव टू फॉलो द सिंपल. मैंने लॉजिक दे दिया, लॉजिक ये है, जिसने भी बनाया ना ये लॉजिक से बनाया है, ये स्टैंडर्ड सिंपल.
Sir,
अभी your question is that,
I
sir,
have
why,
written.
why not the expense is equal to 10,000? But you only say me, when we discount anything, will the expense be same for each year? Can I say it works on compounding? Abhi compound interest, when I say, can I say the interest which you get in first year and the interest you get in third year is totally different. Simple interest will be the same hoga. Compound interest will happen what? This year income will not match with the next year income, yes or no? Because on interest also you're getting interest. So that is the reason when we do discounting also we follow compounding, and this we are not getting 10,000, 10,000. But ultimately expense is how much in the books? 50,000, 50,000. This will give what fair presentation to the shareholder. Sir, now where do we record this right to use asset? This will be recorded under non-current asset. Now, how should we treat this, sir? We should treat this as per IAS 40 or IAS 16. Now, when we will treat this as per IAS 40 or IAS 16? When I use this for my business purpose, I say IAS 16. If I've taken a building on rent from you and I give this building to someone on rent, can I say IAS 40 will apply? So only the logic is what business use IAS 16. For rental, IAS 14. So this lease liability where we record, this lease liability we record in liability. Under which category, sir? Now non-current liability and current liability. In the first class, when we have seen the format of your balance sheet, I mentioned under current liability, non-current liability, दोनों तरफ था lease. Lease liability was in current also, non-current. Now you only say me everyone. Today this is the value of your lease. Kitna value hai? 31679. Now can I say this is your total liability? Next year what is your total liability? 24,847. Now if I say my liability is reducing within 1 year by some amount, that will become what? That will become my current liability. अभी liability कितना है सर? 31,679 is a liability. But sir, after 1 year, I see my liability is 24,840. Can I say my liability is decreasing by this amount? How much is the decrease? 31679 minus 24,847. My 6832 is what, sir? Current liability. अभी non-current कितना होगा? Can I say total minus this non-current कितना होगा? 24,847 will be your non-current liability. And we have seen in IFRS 18 also key we have to disclose this separately so that the stakeholders get a very good information or understanding current liability kitna hai, non-current liability kitna hai. Clear everyone? So what all we have learned here? We have learned the depreciation is calculated on the right to use asset. Lease liability we record interest expense, and then for lease liability we separate it. So basic meaning kya sir? This is my total liability. Now my next year liability is how much? 24,847. So what will I say? Whatever is the difference will be my current, and the next year balance will be your non-current part. So with this, a basic idea I've given about this chapter. Now let me start with an important term.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yes, bete.
For the right to use asset, if we are writing in the balance sheet, then the one shouldn't we reduce the depreciation from the
You will
amount?
reduce that off. I mentioned what same treatment as your IS 40 and IS 16. Whatever we have learned on IS, treat
So
this
that
as a normal asset. So what will you record in your balance sheet? 37890 minus depreciation is how much?
seven.
7578. So how much is the value? 37890 minus 7578. My value is 30312 beta.
And the depreciation will go to either OCI or P&L according to the treatment. Sorry, not OCI, P&L according to the
PNL.
treatment.
See, PNL depreciation where it will go? I'm using for my business, so it will go in operating category. Then can I say I have finance cost of how much for first year? 378 times. Abhi balance sheet we record what? Non-current asset. Under this we record right to use
Use
asset. How much is this?
312.
312. Then non-current liability, current liability. Non-current is what? 24,847. So current is how much? 6832. सबको clear है the presentation? Now this non-current asset is there no the right to use. Either it will be treated as under cost model, revaluation model, that depends upon the company now.
Okay.
But most of the time the company will say cost model only.
सर नॉन करंट लाइबिलिटी में और करंट लाइबिलिटी में हम लोग जो फिगर्स रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं उसको हम लोग लीज लाइबिलिटी के नाम से ही रिकॉर्ड करेंगे ना?
हाँ बेटे, लीज लायबिलिटी, लीज लायबिलिटी, लीज लायबिलिटी. See now, understand the concept. In your SBR, there is no such perfect answer. If you know this concept, you write in your own way. Some students will say they will write first depreciation should be recorded. Some will say will write first regarding lease liability. No issues. So what are the 6 points you have to remember in lessees accounting? You only see. Sir, initially we record right to use asset, lease liability. Then we say what? For right to use asset, we should record depreciation. For lease liability, we record interest expense. Then we say in balance sheet, lease liability will be separated into current and non-current. Then we say the next point is what? Um, I think we have completed all the points. Then the payment which is there will affect your cash flow. The payment will affect your cash flow. You can write down this. But as I mentioned, calculation will be very less in your exam. But to do the calculation for sale and lease back, you have to understand this so that your sale and lease back will be easy. So this was a basic. Now, chalo, can I start now with the IFRS 16?
Sir, one doubt, sir.
Yes.
Sir, this payment thing, sir, like you have mentioned, right, 10,000 for all 5 years now, sir. In case if there is different amount, sir, like after each year.
We will come to that. That is remeasurement modification that we will come to later.
Okay, sir. Sir, and also other doubt is that, sir, like after discounting, we got one amount now, sir, that 37,890. In exam, will like direct amount will they give, sir, instead of this one, like calculating?
See, 95%, I'm sorry, not saying 19. 95% this question will not come. Either they will directly give you the present value, etc. You have to do the 1 year account. This only I have done for your explanation purpose. So you understand what is recorded in P&L, what is recorded in balance sheet, what is recorded in cash flow, etc. Most of the time, what they will do, they will give you the present value of the lease liability, etc. They will give.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
And finance cost P&L operating category, right? Or financing category?
Financing, I mentioned, whenever you do unwinding, everything will go to financing only. Understand that. Unwinding concept, financing, Sita. When you discount anything, can I say you will unwind it? Unwinding interest will come directly to financing, blindly. So with this part is done. Now, chalo, can I start with the definition of this one? See now, I will only ask you a question. You only will say me what is the definition of lease. I say a person is there A and a person is there B. Will this be a lease contract? I mention a person A is there, person B is there. ये lease contract होगा क्या?
सर अभी तो कुछ ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ नहीं है, जब ट्रांजैक्शन होगा तब होगा.
So can I say a transaction should be done? Then only we say what it is a lease. Now I say A company or A is giving a property to whom? B. And this much only. Will this be a lease? No. Can I say consideration? They have not mentioned. What is the amount you have to pay? वो भी नहीं है. I say A company has mentioned B that every year you will pay me a consideration of 10,000. Will this still become a lease? Can I say we have to specify the number of years? For how many years I have given this lease? So let me take 5 years. अभी भी lease हो जाएगा क्या ये? No, I say I have given a property to you. I say you pay me 10,000 every year and it is for 5 years. Will this become a lease?
No, sir.
No? Okay,
Yes.
some is saying no, some is saying yes. Why? Why do you say no? Why do you say yes?
Like why? Because they have to specify, no, sir, who is lesser, who is lessee.
Okay, who is the lesser, who is the lessee? Okay.
Sir, anything let out for property, this thing will be considered lease only.
Okay. Can I say first it will be a contract, then only we say a person known as lesser or lessee will be there. Without a contract, will you say them lesser or lessee? No. Without a contract, we say them what? Customer and supplier. What we say? Before it's a lease contract, we say them what? Before the lease contract, we say customer and supplier. Once it's a lease contract, we say what? lesser and lessee, sir. Now I say A has given a property to B 5 years, this etc. Now you only say, will this become a lease? I say that A is saying what? A is saying what? A is saying that I have 10 properties with me. Today I have given a property to you. You are paying 10,000 to me. I say after 6 months some person is coming and he's saying I need the same property. I will say to you that please use some other property. I will give this to someone else because I'm getting more benefit. Now you only say, will this be a lease? No. Why no? A is saying what? He has 10 properties. And A is saying what? If today you have taken you have taken a property and you are paying 10,000. Now let's assume that you have taken this property. After 6 months, some other customer is coming and he is saying that I need this property only. I say you that you shift to this. I will give this to someone else because they are paying me 20,000. Will there still be a lease? ये lease नहीं होगा. This will not be a lease.
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का टर्म्स फिक्स्ड रहता है.
Can I say in contract we should mention which property I have given to you? Yes or no? In a contract I have to mention did I give property 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have to mention property number 2 is being given to you. So now when your question comes in your exam, it will come from this point only. Now, can A replace the property whenever he wants? Nice. It should be mentioned in the con. But if I say this property which you are using, second property, there is a leakage or a problem in this property, and A is saying that please shift for other property. Can I say in that case it will be a lease? Because due to problem we are shifting. समझ में आया सबको what I am saying? So that means the lesser, that means the supplier cannot keep on changing the asset until what? Until there is a problem or some maintenance is required, etc. XYZ. Clear? So let us now discuss the definition of lease. So please see now. Very important. As I mentioned, the first question, they will give a contract. You have to identify whether it's a lease or not. So see now, what is lease? Lease is a contract that conveys. Contract means what? It has been agreed by both the parties. If one party is not fulfilling the right, the other party can drag them to the court. That conveys, that says what? The right to control. Can I say, where did we learn this term? Right to control. Can I say same in the definition of asset? Conceptual. Of an identified asset. Can I say the asset should be what, sir? Identified. For what? For a specified period of time. In exchange for consideration. In exchange for what? Consideration. Now, whenever a question comes regarding write down this, get 1 marks. So what is lease? Lease is a contract that conveys the right to control the use of a identified asset for a period of time in exchange for consideration. Now see here, the consideration can be what, sir? It can be cash or any other asset. No such issues in there. It can be cash or anything, but it should be you should have some benefit out of that. Now, whenever question will come in your exam, the question will come regarding these 3 points which are mentioned below. इससे बाहर क्वेश्चन आएगा नहीं. So we have discussed identified asset. Yes or no? Did I discuss identified asset or not? An asset is not identified if the supplier has the right to substitute it for an alternative. If the supplier has the right to keep on changing the asset, it's not a lease. We will normally record as an expense. In what, sir? In one situation, your supplier can exchange this in case of what? When repair is necessary. Understood, everyone? Sabko samajh mein aaya? Identified asset means what? An asset is not identified if the supplier has the right to substitute it for an alternative, except in case of substitution when repair is required. Yes, sir. Done. Now see. See, don't write down the same thing, even though I will be sharing. Just make scribble notes. Ki these point I have to concentrate. Because you're doing SBR, ऐसे नहीं कि FR करो so that you need to write everything. Little bit be smart. What do? Okay, so this question is that these are the points which we have to concentrate. Make some notes so that it will help you to revise the lease in a very short period. Then coming to the same identified asset. In this I have mentioned some point. Can anyone explain me this? Lesser can have protective rights. इसका meaning क्या है? No idea. Okay, we will come to this. But let us understand, when will there be a right to control? Now, what did I discuss? When will you say that you have control? Can I say when you obtain substantially all economic benefit from the asset and direct the use? Direct the use means what? What does direct the use means?
Control.
Control. So
सर हम
can
लोग
I
किसी और को
say
भी दे सकते हैं।
yes?
सर हम लोग किसी और को भी दे सकते हैं यूज के लिए।
Yes. How and how to use depends upon the lessee. If they want to give to someone on rent, they can give whatever they want, they can do. If they want, they will use. If they want that they will keep this as a showpiece in their company, no issues. You can keep it, no such problems. Can I say direct the use? Substantially all the benefit you take. That means what? Can I say some other party will not be able to take the benefit? You will only take the benefit. That means you restrict a person, other person to take the benefit. So that means control also means what? Restricting. Restrict others to take the benefit. Now these 4 to 5 points which I mentioned, question will come from this only. And in exam kit I have seen 3 to 4 questions. As I mentioned, I will update you the list of question etc. and share. But as of now, understand the logic. Agar concept clear in SBR, do not very much write down in simple English what you have understood. Examiner will give you full marks. Now coming to the lesser can have protective rights. So let me give an example here. I mentioned that a person A is that person A has given a aeroplane to lease for B, and now can I say the amount is mentioned 10,000, year is mentioned, then I say what is the other thing? Yeah, now A has mentioned the aeroplane number also. You will have some number, no, like your vehicle, assume this way, it's like a number etc, vehicle number. Now I say A is saying to B that when you're using this aeroplane, you can't travel through Pakistan. You can't travel through Pakistan. Wherever you want, you can take this. Now, will this still be a lease? Will this still be a lease? No.
Like, yes, sir, if they are mentioned in the specified in the contract.
Sir, is this a contract? Yes, sir. Is the asset identified? Yes, sir. Can you take the benefit of this?
You can't take all benefits, it's restricted.
So yeah, what do you?
Hear you.
Now, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
Chalo
sir.
then say me. What is the understanding regarding this point?
सर इसमें बेनिफिट रेस्ट्रिक्ट हो जा रहे हैं।
Okay. Benefit is restricted, you are saying. Others, what is your logic?
कंडीशनल हो सकता है सर।
क्या निर्भय?
कंडीशनल एग्रीमेंट हो सकता है।
Okay. Now you only say, if I give a asset to you, I give a aeroplane, I say that please do not use this or take this to Pakistan. Why will I say this?
It's dangerous.
Dangerous? Do
If it is
not
conditional,
take in
sir.
other way, just have taken an example. नहीं तो क्या है कि ये जाएगा यूट्यूब पर, दे विल थिंक समथिंग एल्स ओनली, मैं क्या करूं? कोई नहीं, लेट अस टेक दिस एग्जांपल. नाउ यू ओनली से here this I am condition I am keeping in a contract. Why? For your safety also, for my safety also. That means what? Can I say lesser can have lesser can have protective rights? Yes or no? See, only one condition I mentioned, that you can't use this at this place. Why? It's the benefit for both of us. So can I say here, even though the lesser will have protective rights, can I say still you're taking the economic benefit? See here now, obtains substantially all economic benefit. If the lesser also was using this asset, he will also not take to, or he will not fly this over Pakistan. Yes or no? Even he is keeping the same condition to you. If I say today I give a machinery to you, I say that you can only take 10,000 copies of printout. I give a printout and I say 10,000 only you can take. Why I am saying this? To protect the asset. If you do excess work, it will get damaged. So understand, if a question comes, it will come from this point, they will be mentioned. Even though lesser will have protective rights, can I say it will become what, sir? Lease hoga ye. Understood everyone the definition of lease? What are the points that the examiner will ask you? Yes, sir. Now see, the person who gives the identified asset on a lease is called as lessor or supplier, and the person to whom asset is given is called as lessee or customer. Now see, there are two dates of leases. There are two dates of lease, just for understanding, no need of much. There are 2 days. The first one is what? Inception and commencement. See now, today I have done an agreement with you, but I am saying that I will give the asset after 1 month. So once I give you the asset, that will be known as what? Commencement date. The day when I do the agreement will be known as what? Inception date. So the day when I do the agreement, it is known as what? Inception. The day when I give you the asset is known as what? Commencement date. Now you only say, will you do the accounting from the commencement date or from inception date?
Commencement date.
Yes or no? Once I give you the asset, then only you will be able to take the benefit. Once I give the asset, then only you will start the payment. You will pay me. Yes, sir. Now we will come to some other points also later. So at inception date, what is this, sir? This date is used to check whether the contract is a lease or not. This day, when I do an agreement, that agreement should also satisfy these 5 conditions. No, if it has satisfied these 5 conditions, we say it is what? A lease. From commencement date, we do what? We do the accounting here. Date on which lessor makes the asset available to lessee. सबको clear है? No need to write down this and remember earlier or something. ये कुछ आएगा नहीं. Only for understanding purpose. See, sometimes what will happen? Today I have done a discussion with you that I will provide an asset to you, etc. We have done a discussion, but after 3 days I will be signing a contract. Can I say today orally we have already discussed it, that this is a contract, but after 4 days, 5 days I am signing an agreement? Now which date will become the inception date? Can I say inception date will be the date when we have already done a commitment? Yes or no? Before the agreement also I have given a commitment to you, that will become your inception date. So there are 2 dates which you have to understand: inception date and commencement date. I hope सबको clear है ये. Not so important. Any doubts you can ask me now. Clear है ना? Okay then. चलो. Now Give me 1 minute. So now, can we start questions now regarding your this one? The type 1 question. So in type 1 question, what all will you write, sir? Type 1 question. That is, identify whether it's a lease contract or not. So what will you write down the definition of lease? 1 marks. Then you will see in the question whether they are specifically saying for control or not. Write down that. If whether they are saying to identified asset or not. So when you write down this definition, try to link to what? Control, identified asset, and then what? Period is mentioned or not? Then consideration is there or not? All the points which you have learned, 5 points, you have to mention. So now, chalo, let me give a basic question to you. Yeah, alignment has changed. Everyone, please see this question. How did the alignment change? AB company enters into a contract with RH Limited to transport its goods from London to Edinburgh using a specified truck. Can I say here they have mentioned that the truck is specified? Can I say asset is identified here? Yes, sir. Now, which company has entered into a contract? A enters into a contract. So, who is the lessee? Who is the lessor here? Without saying it, who is the customer or supplier? Same either. Customer कौन है? Supplier कौन है?
Sir, AB is the supplier and R is the customer.
No, AB is the customer.
AB is the customer and RB is the supplier.
Okay. Others?
Same, sir.
Same.
AB
That
is
means
customer, RH is supplier.
this is a supplier. This is a customer. Yes or no? AB enters into a contract with R Limited to transport its goods from one location. So this company has entered into a contract with this company to transport AB company, so customer supply. Then the goods will occupy substantially all the capacity of the truck. If the goods which you are providing will occupy the all the capacity, can I say you're taking the benefit of the truck or not? Huh? I say that you are taking substantial benefits, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, it's a contract. Yes, sir. Is the asset identified? Yes, sir. Are we taking substantial benefit? Yes, sir. Now, please see this. Can I say they're specifying, okay, that what is the pickup date, delivery date, etc. Then, RH is responsible for operating and maintaining the truck. Okay, who is responsible responsible for operating and maintaining the trucks? The supplier, they are saying, and for ensuring safe delivery of the goods. The AB company is not allowed to operate the truck itself nor hire any other hauler for the same delivery. Now you only say me, contract was there, term is not satisfied here, payment, I think so, is payment given here?
No, sir, no consideration is mentioned.
Okay. Then now you only say, will this be a lease contract?
No.
Why you will say this is not a lease contract?
Sir, even though the right to substantial benefit is mentioned, the consideration is not there.
Then what? Other point. Consideration nahi hoga. Then
the restriction is provided even if it's not for the benefit of both.
okay, then what is the other point? Can I say AB is not allowed to operate? That means do AB have the control?
No.
No, lease term is also not specified. But can I say here lease term is not required, but they have done a contract for the what? Pick up and delivery date? They have done. Can I say that will be, if the date is specified, can I say term is also specified in that only? Pick up. So term, there is no such issue. Here there is, they have not mentioned anything about what? This one, your consideration, and can I say control is not there? I mentioned question will come from control or identified asset. This question was regarding what topic? Control. So now how will you record this? Can I say we will start? How will you start? As per IFRS 16, a contract is a lease if it conveys the right to control the use of a identified asset for a period in exchange for consideration. Can I say in the given case it is a contract and the asset is identified, that is, can I say specified truck? Sir, this is okay, sir. There is no such issue in this part. Then can I say, can we take the economic benefit? Can I say AB company is taking all the substantial benefit? During the contract period. और उसके बाद में क्या है सर? What will you write down the next simple sentence? Can I say AB company cannot decide yes or no? Cannot decide what? Cannot decide how to use the asset. Can I say that is what? Not allowed to operate itself. Can I say this is wrong or not? Operation right should be given, but we can keep some condition or not? Yes or no? We should keep some condition. Can I say here, you will say what? Can I say, will this be a lease contract? No. Can I say AB company, can I say, does not control the asset, does not control the use of the asset? So can I say this contract is not a lease as per IFRS 16?
And the consideration is also not mentioned.
Yes, बेटे.
Consideration का point
Consideration is also not.
हाँ, अभी एग्जाम में 4 marks के लिए आएगा. Will you waste your time writing that also? What is the mean? See, now you have learned the concept. You get to know what is the important point here. Can I say the important point to link is this one, and the important point is what? To link the substantial all benefit, even though I mentioned what here, even though we take substantial benefit and it is direct the use, how to use depends upon the lessee. Here control nahi hai. So write down depends. If the question was for 8 to 9 marks, I would explain everything ki consideration is there not, etc. But in exam, what should be our focus? To get the marks by just seeing the question, we should identify key. I'll write down this point, I will get this mark. Here we have seen, if you have written taking substantial, 1 marks for this. Then 1 marks for identified this, and 2 marks for this conclusion. So how much? For 5 marks question. उससे ऊपर नहीं आएगा. 5 to maximum 6 marks. सबको clear है question? Easy? Okay, चलो then. Let me give you one more question then. अगर ये clear है तो. चलो then. I will write down 2 answers and a lot of questions we will discuss so that you get to know. Does this contract contains a lease?
No, sir.
No. Sahana is saying no. No, sir. Kishore also saying no.
No, sir.
No. Nirbhay also saying no. No, sir. Now everyone mentioned no. What is the logic?
Specified नहीं है.
Specified nahi. Yes, Nirbhay.
So it's not identified if it keeps shifting from one.
Yes, it's not identified. Can I say
The
this?
consideration is not mentioned.
But what did I mention in the exam? What are the 2 important things you have to see first?
The
Control
control
and identified asset.
identified as.
So these are very important points. Then you can say other point. So now how will you answer this? Let me say, I hope everyone, they have mentioned that airport operator to use some space. Have they mentioned which space? No, sir. Then they mentioned that, can I say it may be relocated at any one of the several departure areas within the airport? So asset is not specified. Can I say the airport that the lessee can change, the lessor can change the space here? मैंने क्या mention कि if the lessor can change the space also, but if it is for repair or etc., in that case we consider it. Can I say there are many areas in the airport which are suitable for this law? But now, what will I write down the first thing? As per IFRS 16, a contract is a lease if it conveys the right to control the use of an identified asset for a period in exchange for consideration. Now, how will you start your answer? Can I say in the given case the asset is not identified? In the given case the asset is not identified. Then you will say what? The asset is not identified
as there is relocation.
Okay, can I say the asset is not identified? What is the first? Then you will write down. Can I say there are many areas? There are many areas available in the airport. Airport that would meet the contract terms. Yes or no? A lot of areas are there that would meet the contract terms. Can I say this will provide what, sir? This will provide the operator, that is the lessee, with substitution right. Now what you only say is substitution rights are very good when, sir, when there is maintenance problem, etc, etc. But in the given case, can I say here the airport operator, you will not call it as a lesser, huh? Because it's not a contract, we can't say lesser or this one, use customer or supplier. The airport operator would benefit, yes or no, because of this. Can I say they can change the space anytime whenever they want, but just paying what? A nominal amount. The airport operator would incur what? A nominal value. Can I say it is a benefit for him? The airport operator would benefit economically from the substitution right. From the substitution right of the space, because there is a minimal cost associated with it. Can I say the economic benefits, the economic benefit will be taken by whom here now? Can I say the economic benefits, or we can conclude your answer, no need to write down more points. Can I say therefore the contract is not a lease? Understood everyone? Yes sir, I hope this is clear to everyone. See, class questions are okay that you write down and practice, but when coming to your exam kit questions, please type out and practice if your speed is very slow, and practice so that you get the confidence, sir, how short we can write down, etc. Short and simple points are enough.
Sir, how is third point valid, sir?
Third point, you only say, bete, I have taken the example of that building, yes or no? I say that I have given a building to you, but I say some customer is saying that we will pay you 20,000 rent. Can I say I can substitute this? If I'm substituting this and I'm convinced, I'm giving you 1,000 rupees of asset, a gift I'm giving. I say that I'll give a gift to you, and I say, can you please shift to the next building? Can I say to ask you for that I'm giving a small gift? So that is a minimal cost, but the benefit which I'm getting is more when compared to that. Substitution right will give benefit to the person.
Okay. So
So
according to this, the substitution shouldn't give benefits.
that substitution should not give benefit. When
Okay.
when substitution will not give benefit? When there is a
Repair.
maintenance problem, leakage, etc. A lot of other things. If the
Okay.
asset is not working properly, if I've taken an aeroplane, it's not working properly, I have to change it, then benefit should not be taken by the lesser. I hope this is clear to everyone. If this is clear, then let me Please see the third question, everyone. And please just say me whether this is a lease or not. Two answers I've written. Now we will focus more on the understanding part, so that if a question comes in a tricky way also, it will be easy for you.
Yes, sir, it is a lease.
Lease? Others?
Yes, sir, it is a lease.
Even though there is a restriction, but can I say this restriction is what? For safety of what? Both of them? Lease term is satisfied, it's a contract, etc. A lot of things. No substitution rights are given. Only substitution will be when, see, yeah, they mentioned no substitution right, contract. Then they mentioned carrying hazardous material. Can I say S will operate and maintain the ship, is responsible for safe passage, etc. AFG is prohibited from hiring another operator for the ship. Yes or no? Can I say then they will take the entire profit benefit here during this, etc. So see what is the answer. Please reach one so that you'll have an understanding. The right to identify asset for a period of time they have given cannot substitute. Then the right to control is there. The right has to obtain economic benefit use over the 5 years due to exclusive use of the ship throughout the period. Then this one. Even though they are saying that you can't carry hazardous, can I say this is what? Protection right. Lesser will have what? The protection right. No need to write on this beat. You can just say that the lesser has a protection right. It is benefit for both of them. So it is not restricting to take the benefit. So we can say what? It's a lease contract. I hope this is clear to everyone. The first type of question. There is no doubts to anyone.
यस सर, अगर सर अभी तक हम लोग जितना भी क्वेश्चन किए हैं, अगर कंसिडरेशन नहीं भी मेंशन्ड है एंड ऑल द अदर टर्म्स आर मीटिंग, देन से इट्स अ लीज और नॉट अ लीज.
Yes, but consideration hoga most of the time. So here the questions, as I mentioned, will be from what point of view? This one. So no issue. Cash consideration hoga, a basic point that if I give something with cash consideration will be there, etc. XYZ hoga. But as of now, I mentioned in your exam, what are the questions that comes?
Can we mention then in the point that consideration is taken to be
You can write and assume that the consideration is being paid, so we assume it's a lease.
Yeah, that's
Simple, no issues. You can give Doglapanti answer in your SBR if a lot of confusion is there. We will see a lot of questions where Doglapanti answer. Yesterday we have seen a question, no? First they mention Asian market, but they mention that if Asian market is not as a principal market, we use the concept of most advantageous market. That is Doglapanti answer. You know that Asian market is the answer. Write down that. Do not think about other things in the exam. That is for your understanding purpose, etc. So with this, the first type of question is done. I hope this is clear to everyone. Now, chalo, let us learn the accounting of in the books of lessee. Can we start with this? Already we have done a basic question. So same thing. Now I'll be saying some few points. Please concentrate on that. Accounting in the books of lessee, sir. Initial recognition. What will you write down? Initially, on the commencement of the lease, lessee should recognize a lease liability and right to use asset. Yes, sir. Then, now coming to lease liability will include what also? Sir, what will be the discount rate we will use? Sir, what is lease term, sir? What is right to use asset, sir? Then, how do we calculate depreciation? How do we present? A lot of things we will be covering now. Whatever we have learnt in that example, here and there, some few points will be there extra. Can I start now? Any doubts in initial part? See now. The lease liability is initially measured at the present value of the future lease payment. That is the future lease payment. So now the future lease payment will include what all? So please see. Very important 5 things. The first one is what, sir? Fixed payment. What is the first thing? We say fixed payment will be included. So what does fixed payment means? Can I say the example which I have taken? What are the fixed payment there? Every year?
So 10,000 wala.
10,000. Any doubts on this? Any incentive if you have received, we will reduce it. Incentive means what? The lessor will say that in year 2 you only pay 8,000, don't need to pay 10,000. In year 2 I have given a reduction for you. If today they mention, if it is an estimate done only this year, but most of the time no one will say this, but the amount will be specified. Understand? Now coming to variable payment. Very important for SBR, this variable. So please read everyone this variable point. So variable payment basically means what? We say that it is dependent on something, yes or no. If it is variable, that means it depends on something. Now in your exam, your index rate will be given, your central bank rate will be given, your central bank rate will be increasing, the index value will be increasing. On that basis, whatever is the difference, you will be paying. So they will say that today the index rate is 124. So every year the company should pay 100 rupees as a variable payment. We will see once we do. It is in detail when coming to practical world. It includes remeasurement every year. The lease liability should be remeasured, etc. This detail the examiner will not ask in SBR. So we will not go into that detail. So variable payment means it varies. I say you will get 100, 200. If you get 100, 200, you estimate today. These are 100, 200, 200, 300 you estimate today. But after 2 years, the value is changing. Then the different concept will come in lease. Remeasurement. Remeasurement means whatever lease we have calculated, we rechange all the figures. How will we do that? We'll come to that later. Then the next one. Exercise price of any purchase option if the lessee is reasonably certain to exercise it. That means what? See here now. Today I say that I have given the asset to you for lease for 5 years. So every year you say, sir, we pay 1,000. So what do you record in your books? If I have given asset to you, you record 1,000 as a lease liability. But I say that I have given an option to you that you can purchase this item. What you can do? You can purchase this asset after 5 years for 20,000. Now, will you include this in lease liability calculation? Yes. When you think that we will purchase it, yes or no? If you think that you will not purchase, will you include this value? You will not include this value. So what does this means? Exercise price of any purchase option if lessee is reasonably certain to exercise it. If the lessee is thinking that we will purchase it, include it, no issues. Then next one. What is the next one? Penalty is expected to be paid for early termination. The contract was done for 5 years. You think that I will use the asset for 3 years only. If today you think that you use for 3 years, can I say then lease liability and right to use asset will calculate for 3 years, even though the contract is for 5 years? And in that case, you will have some penalty. That penalty also should be included as a cash outflow. What are important for your exam? This one, this one, this one, and this one. This one is not tested only. So just I have given. Then coming to the next thing, very important. So guaranteed residual value expected to be paid by the lessee at the end of the lease. Now what is this guaranteed residual value? Please listen everyone. I will explain a concept now. It should be clear to everyone. Guarantee का meaning क्या है? So what all do we include till now? Fixed payment, variable payment, exercise price, penalty, and guaranteed residual value GR. So see what is GR. A person A is there, a person B is there. A person has this is A has given an iPhone to B to use it, and B is saying that every year I will pay you $100. How much? $100 I will pay you for 5 years. It's an assumption, huh? Do not say me sir price itna hai wo utna hai. I'm just giving you an example. A has given a iPhone to B for use. Now what is happening here? Can I say after 5 years what will happen? Can I say B will do what? B will record debit right to use as a credit lease liability. Now B is using this phone, and after 5 years, B will give back the phone to whom? A, because the contract was for 5 years. Now, when B is giving this phone back to A, at that time in the market, if a iPhone is used for 5 years, if a iPhone is used for what? 5 years in a good condition, yes or no? You properly maintained, etc. In that case, you will get what? You will get back $2,000. How much A will get? Once A will receive the iPhone from B, in that case, if an iPhone is used for 5 years and it is in a good condition, normally general market practice says what? It should be in a good condition. This 2000 will become what? This 2000 will become the fair value in the market. But now, when B is giving this iPhone back to whom? B is giving this iPhone back to A. In that case, A is selling this iPhone. In that case, A is only getting 1500. So that means what? Normal market says if you use the iPhone, etc., you get 2000. But this B is using this iPhone and A is only getting 1500. So iska meaning kya hua? Can I say that B is not using the asset properly? B is not using the iPhone properly. Now, when you do a contract, you will say what? You should use the asset properly. You should use the iPhone properly. You should not damage it, etc. Now, this 1500 is what? Unguaranteed residual value. The difference of 500 is your GRV. So you will say what for B? You will say for B that please pay me this 500 difference, because normally if I sell in the market, I am getting this, the value should be 2000, but I'm only getting 1500. That means you have not maintained the asset properly. You're not using it properly. In case of this, you would have seen no in your school life. Sir, school and college will take a lot of fees. What you will say? जितना हो यूटिलाइज करो स्कूल को. You will try to damage something, etc., XYZ. Yes or no? Same thing. If I've given a phone to my one of my friend, he will say what? अरे दोस्त का ही तो फोन है, कैसे भी यूज कर लूंगा तो चलेगा. He is my friend. So in that way, if the value is decreasing, B will be paying to A. In that case, can I say this? The difference which is there is known as guaranteed residual value, which B will pay. Now, sir, in exam should we identify? No. In exam, it will be given that this is the GRV, this is the UGRV. सबको समझ में आया? What is the difference between GRV, UGRV? अभी इससे अच्छा एग्जांपल मैं नहीं ले सकता हूँ. Other than this, I can't go into more detail. So time नहीं है हमारा. I have explained the concept very well. So see, now what do we include here, sir? GRV. Clear है सबको? So what are the 5 things we include? Fixed payment, variable payment, penalties. Learn in the class only. Penalties, exercise price, guaranteed residual value. Yes. Now, what are the items that should not be included, sir? See now. Can I say unguaranteed residual value will not be included? This 500 will not be included, because ultimately who will be getting this amount? Can I say ultimately A को मिल जाएगा ये amount market से? So that is the reason B will say that I need not pay this amount. Then next one. Lease payment allocated to non-lease component of a contract unless the lessee elects to not to separate lease and non-lease. This we will come into detail. In SBR, this is there in detail. For FR, it's not there. So what does a lease means? Understand. Lease and a non-lease. Today I take a machine on rent from you. If I take a machine on rent from you, A is taking a machine on rent. A is saying that when you pay this 10,000, no, out of this 10,000, 1,000 is related to the maintenance part. Now you only say कौन सा lease है? This is your lease component. This is what? Non-lease component. सबको समझ में आया ये? Lease component, non-lease component.
सर फिर 9000 होगा ना लीज कंपोनेंट?
Yes, yes. 9,000 will be lease component. Sorry, my bad. Total payment. So lease will be 9,000. Now what will the lessee do? See, lessee has two options. We will learn this. And for this attempt, this was tested, the accounting. Lessee के पास choice है. Either the lessee wants, lessee can directly record 10,000, 10,000. No issue, normal what we have done. Or lessee can do what? Lessee can only record 9,000 and discount the values. And this 1,000, what will lessee do? Lessee will record this as a normal expense. समझ में आया सबको? Lessee has two options. Lessee can either do what, sir? Lessee will either take the total amount and record right to use as a lease act. The other option is what? Lessee will separate the lease part and do the normal accounting. For the non-lease part, lessee will do what? Record normal expense. सबको क्लियर है ये?
सर फिर उस एक्सपेंस को भी डिस्काउंट करेगा लेसी?
नो, दैट इज ऑन अक्रूवल बेसिस. नॉर्मल एक्सपेंस बेटे, नॉर्मल कैसे एक्सपेंस रिकॉर्ड करते हैं अपन?
अच्छा.
यस. Now coming to discount rate. Sir, what is the discount rate we have to use? Abhi, I will not go into detail. There are two types of discount rate. The first discount rate is what? Implicit interest rate. 1 marks. You have to write down this. So the interest will be recorded and what? The discounting will be done based on what, sir? Implicit interest rate. If implicit interest rate is not available, then we use what? Incremental borrowing rate. Now, incremental borrowing rate means what? Normally, what is the, in normal market, what is the borrowing rate? So, the implicit rate, incremental rate will be given. If in exam, implicit rate is not given, we will use what? Incremental borrowing rate. If implicit is given, we will use this. Clear to everyone, discount rate? Incremental, implicit. What should we use? Implicit rate. Abhi, what is implicit? What is incremental? No need to go in detail. Others, I hope it's clear. As I can't see you, so I'm hoping that you are understanding these all things.
Sir, could you please repeat? My network got.
Okay, there are two discount rates which will be given in the exam. Implicit interest rate, incremental rate. Implicit interest rate, we will do what? We should use implicit interest rate to do the discounting. It will be mentioned in the question. If implicit interest rate is not given, then incremental borrowing rate will be given. If both are given, which one will you use? You will use implicit one. The example which I have done, that only we are learning, and we are learning the each and every part there. Now coming to lease term, sir. Now coming to lease term. Now lease term what, sir? अभी इतना लिखा मैं. Please read this. Non-cancelable period plus period covered by an option to extend the lease if reasonably certain to be exercised. Period covered by an option to terminate the lease if these are reasonably certain not to be exercised. समझ में आया कुछ? नहीं सर. Example, see now. I say that in the contract, 5 terms is the contract, and for 5 terms, non-cancelable. Either lessor cannot cancel, lessee cannot cancel. Now I say that A has given to B. In the contract, it is mentioned that B has the option to extend the lease. B के पास क्या है? Option to extend the lease for 2 years. Now you only say, will the lease term be 5 years or will the lease term be 7 years?
5 years.
5 years. If I say the lessee is saying that we will extend the lease, then what will be the lease term?
7 years.
7 years. सबको clear है lease term? यही है lease term. इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है. So please see this one. Lease agreement, non-cancelable period 5. Option to extend 3 years. Option to terminate after 3 years. Lessee is reasonably certain to extend the lease. So they are planning to extend. So what will be the value? 5 plus 3, that is 8 years of lease. Yes, sir. The next one. Lease agreement, non-cancelable period is what? See here, can I say here I mentioned non-cancelable period. Option to extend is what? 3 years. And our option is given for 3 years to terminate. Now you only say, will the non-cancelable period be 5 years or 3 years now?
It's still 5 years unless
It is still 5 years. What did I mention? Non-cancelable period means what? Both the parties will have what? No right to terminate the contract. Even though above they have mentioned what? Non-cancelable period. But option to extend, option to terminate is how much? If I've given an option, that means what? Is this a binding contract? It's not a binding contract. One party has what? And right to terminate. So in that case, what will be a non-cancelable period? Can I say non-cancelable period will only be 3 years? Your lease term also will be 3 years. Why? The lessee is likely to terminate. Sometimes in your, I have not seen in FR also SBR these types of question, but only for understanding purpose, the lease term will be given in the question. समझ में आया
ओके
lease
सर, ये
term?
जो ऑप्शन है इसको वो फ्यूचर्स वाले ऑप्शन के जैसे कि बाइंडिंग नहीं है, ऑप्शन है मेरे पास वैसे
हाँ,
ट्रीट
yes,
करना है।
yes, you can think from that point of view. Yes, better. Any doubts in lease term? It will be given in your for how many years. Now, sir, why are we learning this lease term? You only say. Can I say this lease term will help us to calculate the depreciation? Discount will help us to do what? Unwinding. Each and every term has a thing here. Now, see, right to use asset, sir. Sir, what all we will include in right to use asset? Can I say we have taken the example above? Right to use asset, we have taken what? The amount of initial measurement of lease liability? Yes or no? We had added lease liability amount or not? Full that 37,000. Then what do you add? Payment made before the lease commenced, less any incentive received. So what will I say? First, whatever is the present value of what? Present value of what? Lease liability, sir. Then what will I add here? Any payment before the commencement. Then any initial direct cost. We have seen no in your IS 16 initial direct cost, same thing. Plus what? Dismantling cost. This will give your total of the right to use asset. सबको clear है ये? What all we will include? Repeat with me. Lease liability, sir. Payment before the commencement. Any initial direct cost, like I have paid some broker, I have paid some lawyer, etc. Plus what? Dismantling cost, like your provision.
Sir, then the total of this will also be equal to the total lease liability.
No, it will
Because
be different. It will be different then.
then how do we compensate when the journalists?
We'll come to journal entry. We will come to that. Till here, सबको clear है? Payment amount of initial measurement of liability. Then we say any amount paid before that initial direct cost, cost of dismantling. I hope this is clear. इसमें किसी को now say me the journal entry which I will pass. So please here. Can I say journal entry before the commencement? I make a payment. Can I say I will record this as what? Debit prepaid lease payment. Yes or no? Before I get the asset, I pay something. That also will be part of what, sir? Liability only. Then credit bank. Sir, at commencement, what do we record? So please see here the journal entry. Sir, we record debit right to use asset. Right to use asset will include what? 4 items. Present value of lease liability plus what? Initial cost. Then what we say? Prepayments plus dismantling cost. Sir, lease liability क्या क्या include होगा? Fixed payment, variable payment, exercise price, penalties, GRV, sir. Then see here now, if any incentive is received, can I say debit bank incentive is received? As a lessee, we are doing this accounting. Then, sir, can I say if any prepaid lease payment is there, we have debited this as a asset. Now we credit it. Credit provision for dismantling. And in your exam, most of the time, what will come? You record debit, credit, right to use asset, credit lease liability, and credit cash. This cash will be regarding your initial cost, some installation cost, etc. These all costs will be there. So please see the journal entry and digest.
So the initial direct costs are under prepaid lease payment.
No. That could be different bit. It can be prepaid lease payment. It could be a bank. Bank means what? Initial cost you have paid.
Okay.
Both are written. Slash means what? If this is there, you will take. If that is not there, initial cost is there, take that. If nothing is there, ignore it. Clear है सबको? Yes? Okay, sir. So this was the initial part. ये क्या था, sir? Initial part. This was your initial recognition. Now subsequently हम क्या करते हैं? We have seen the example. Subsequently, what do you do at each balance sheet date? Can for lease liability we do what? Unwinding. So please see here now. For lease liability, we follow unwinding of liability and decrease the lease payment. So see here now, amortize as per IFRS 9, the table which we have learned. Opening lease liability, sir, plus finance cost minus lease liability gives you closing lease liability. So debit finance cost, credit lease liability. So this finance cost will go to financing category. Debit lease liability, credit cash. This is for what? Payment. This will affect our कैश फ्लो. इसमें किसी को डाउट है? I hope there is no doubt. Only the table you draw, you record interest, you record liability. Now see what is the table here now. There are two cases as of now. Only I have done you one case. Arrears. What does the term arrears means?
Like paying after 1 year.
Yes. Can I say normal you pay at the year end? First year you utilize the asset, then you make the payment. First you utilize, then you make the payment. As if you have taken a house on rent, same thing you do, no? First we use the house, then we pay the rent. That's it. So this is the table. If I say advance, this is arrears. If I say advance, that means what?
सर हम लोग पहले पेमेंट करते हैं फिर एसेट का इकोनॉमिक बेनिफिट यूज करते हैं.
Okay, so if I say advance here now, please understand. So will I do the first payment on 1st Jan only?
Yes, sir.
If I've taken the asset for 5 years, how many payments I will do? 5 payment. Now you only say me, when we discount these 5 payments, will you discount?
सर फर्स्ट पेमेंट डिस्काउंट नहीं होगा इसमें.
Will you discount the first payment? We will not discount the first payment. A simple thing. Only what are the discount you will do? 4 payments. Simple. So we will come to this. We will do a question also, so we'll understand. So any doubts in this? Now see the presentation, sir. In balance sheet, we record non-current, current, sir. In P&L, we record what? Finance cost. And this is the finance cost. Yes or no? Any doubts on this? No, sir. Now, please coming here. See the payment in arrears. If payment is current, non-current will be what? Can I say non-current liability kya hoga? Lease liability of the end of the second year. Current liability will be what? Carrying amount minus non-current liability. Clear to everyone? We had seen in the example. If I say today I have a liability of 30,000. After 1 year my liability is 25,000. Can I say out of this 30,000 how much is my current and non-current? Out of 30,000, next year 25,000 hai. 25,000 is my non-current liability. 5,000 is my
Current liability.
current liability. Yes, sir. I will not do as of case payment in advance. We will come to this. Only one point is there which you have to understand. Now coming to right to use asset. Now how will you treat this right to use asset? What we will do with right to use asset? Either we follow what? IAS 40 or either we follow what? IAS 16. So we should follow. See, if the right to use asset meets the definition of IAS 40, then treat it as per IAS 40. Yesterday when we did this, your IAS 40, I mentioned here a point. Abhi link aaya? Okay. So basics and just see whether it's for business purpose or renting. In your SBR exam, FR exam, 99% it will be for what? Business only. 1% it will be renting. We will understand that later. Depreciation, gain or loss will be recorded to P&L under investing category if it is a investment property. If it is IAS 16, where do we record? Depreciation, gain or loss will be recorded in operating category. Then, sir, the asset is subsequently measured using cost model unless other measurement model is given. So, what did I mention? The company can follow cost model or revaluation, depends upon the company. Now, asset is measured at its initial cost less accumulated depreciation less accumulated impairment loss. Depreciation now. Till here clear? Am I going fast?
Little fast, sir.
Little fast? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So see, normally what do you think? Right to use asset is an asset. What do we do for asset? Depreciate it, no? Depreciate karte ki nahi? Yes,
sir.
we depreciate. So please understand this last point. I will give a break. I will give a break. Understand this last point. I will give a break. I know. So see now, sir, depreciation how we will charge? You only say me. किसके ऊपर depreciation charge करेंगे अपन? We charge depreciation for right to use asset. Now what we will use? Do we use your lease time or the useful life of the asset?
The lease time?
Useful life.
Useful life of the asset.
Useful life? Okay.
So why should we depreciate the useful life and not the lease term? Because we are going to keep the asset only till the lease term, right?
Yes. You only say I have given an asset for you for 5 years. Now the asset has a useful life of lease term is 10 years. Useful life, not 10 years, sorry. 5 years. Useful life of that asset is 10 years. Now I've given the asset for you for lease for 5 years. Now you only say me, will you depreciate this for 5 years or 10 years?
Sir, 10 years.
10 years, okay. Others?
So 5 years.
5 years, okay. What is the logic? Can I say I'm taking the benefit for the right to use asset for 5 years only? I will charge depreciation for 5 years only.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? If I say the lessee has the option to purchase the asset and lessee saying that we will purchase the asset, in that case, will you record the lease for 5 years or 10 years?
So
10
then
years.
10 years.
Then 10 years. So either basically means what? I say I have given asset to you for 5 years on lease. So depreciation will be based on what? 5 years.
Lease term, 5 years.
Please. If I say I have given the asset to you, I have given an option to you. If I have given an option that you will purchase this asset, if I have given an option that you will purchase this asset, then if you purchase this asset, can I say you will include that exercise price in what? Lease liability? From lease liability, go to right to use asset or not? Can I say then we should charge depreciation for 5 years or 10 years?
10 years.
10 years. Clear है सबको ये? So
Yes.
see now. If the lessee will retain ownership at the end of the lease term, depreciation will be based on what? Useful life. Then, if there is no reasonable certainty that the lessee will obtain ownership at the end of the lease term, the asset is depreciated over shorter of two things, useful life or lease term. सर आपने सिखाया कुछ और इधर कुछ है? Yes or no?
So usually lease term will be lesser than the useful life.
Yes or no? Usually lease term will be what? Lesser than useful life.
Useful life.
Now, if I say a question to everyone, I say option is not there. The lease term is 5 years, but the useful life is 3 years of the asset. Now, will you charge depreciation for 5 years or 3 years?
So 3 years.
For
3 years.
3 years. Why 3 years? IA 16, link it. Can I say asset will
The
only provide
economic
benefit for
benefits only 3 years.
3 years? So, can I say this will become what now? इसको क्या बोल सकते हैं? Can I say this will become useless? ये कुछ काम का नहीं है. Depreciation says what? IA 16. Depreciation should be recorded based on the usage of the machine. The useful life is remaining 3 years, but I have taken for 5 years. I had no idea when I did the lease contract. But I get to know that for me, I will be able to use this for 3 years only. Even though I've done the lease for 5 years, but I will use this asset for how many years? 3 years. So depreciation will be based on what? 3 years. So what are the two important points here? If lessee will retain ownership, then we charge depreciation over useful life. If lessee will not take, shorter of two things. In your exam, 99.99% lease term will be given. Use that and record it. So please see this one now. Presentation house, sir. Non-current asset, right to use asset will record. Depreciation, if it is IES 40, investing category. If it is PP, it will go to operating category.
So what is that underlying asset?
Underlying asset, we will come to that. Note, if the underlying asset belongs to a class of asset that is revalued, the lessee may choose to apply revalue. Now, when you take a right to use asset, now can I say this right to use asset will depend on some underlying asset or not? Today, a land is there with me. This land I have given to you on lease. So in your books, what do you record? Do you record land or do you record right to use asset?
Right to use asset.
Right. This right to use asset, underlying asset is what? Land. So now when you have to decide whether revaluation or cost model, you have to see the underlying part here. Whether to follow revaluation cost model as per IES 16 class of asset. If the underlying asset is an investment property measured at fair value, then the right to use asset must also be measured at fair value only. Simple. Do not complicate much. In the exam, it will be given straightforward. Do not worry much. So with this, I have done what? I have done the first part. I have done the lessee's accounting. Now we will do questions so that it will be perfect. Can we take a break now? Sir, much needed break. Be back by 11:20. Take a break.
Sir, I have a doubt. Sir.
You can, if you have doubts, you can ask me.
Sir, lease component and non-lease component, I didn't understand.
Okay, bete. If I say today you're taking a machine on lease from me, you're taking a machine on lease from me. I say that every year you have to pay how much? 10,000. I say that every year I will provide you maintenance also. You have to pay me extra 1,000. What is the total payment you are doing to me?
11,000.
11,000. Now, will you take this 11,000 for your lease liability calculation? You can take. The lessee has option. Either the lessee will do what? Take full 11,000 and record right to use asset lease up. Or the lessee will say what? We will take 10,000 as a lease component and this 1,000 is what? Non-lease. Can I say this is not relating to the, this payment is not given for the usage of the asset. This is given for the maintenance part.
So that will just go to P&L if he doesn't
That will,
take.
yes. If he will not choose, the lessee will not take, it will directly go to P&L every year.
Okay, got it.
We will come to this point in detail. We'll do 2 to 3 questions. Take a break. Be back by 11. Sir, can you please explain variable payment? Okay. Variable payment basically means what? Today I have done a contract saying that you will pay me how much? 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. But I say that I have done a contract also that every year you will pay me whatever is the increase in inflation. I say whatever is the inflation, that extra percentage will pay me. This variable payment will basically be based on some index rate, some inflation, some other thing. If I say today in India the inflation is 6%, so extra how much we will pay? 600, 600, 600. Now, sir, in future, if the 600 becomes 8%, then completely your lease calculation will change and it will become a part of remeasurement of a lease. So that is the reason examiner will not test variable payment frequently because it will include a lot of calculation. So understood variable payment means I say today I hope you have a good understanding regarding CPI index, consumer price index. It will remain, no, it is 130 today. In the next year also it is 130. After that it has been changed to 134. So they will say your variable payment will be based on this because we can beat our inflation. Clear now? Okay, beta. चलो चलो चलो, come back everyone. चलो चलो चलो, come back everyone. Will you depreciate the land? No, but when we take this as a right to use asset, can I say we will depreciate it as per lease terms? Yes or no? Clear, Kishore? Kishore only can chat box. But are we depreciating the land or right to use asset? I told right to use asset is a part of the asset. Yes or no? Yes, that is the reason. Chalo then. What we saw in this one, P&L, depreciation, and this one. So now let us do some questions so that you understand this part.
सर इसमें रीवैल्यूएशन भी घुसेगा क्या?
हाँ हाँ, हो सकता है, बट इतना आएगा नहीं एग्जाम में, टेंशन मतलब. चलो प्लीज रीड एवरीवन दिस.
सर ऐसे डबल एंट्रीज मांगता है?
हाँ,
ऐसे जर्नल एंट्री मांगता है?
नहीं तो this is for understanding purpose. We calculate. I mentioned calculations will be very less in your exam. This is first question for understanding purpose to again revise the concept. Now चलो प्लीज सी दी. उसके बाद में क्या लिखा हुआ है क्वेश्चन में? Start doing. Don't waste time, start doing. In your college, Yes, I know that. I mentioned nothing difference I will keep in college or wherever I teach. I teach from exam point of view, not your college point of view. Understand that. Understood. Done. Reading the question. On 1st January 2000X1, D entered into a 2 years lease for a lorry. The contract contains an option to extend the lease for a further year. That means extension is available for 1 year. D believes that this is reasonably certain to exercise. That means will they exercise the option better? Yes. So lease term will be 2 years or 3 years?
3
Can I
years.
say lease term will be 3 years, sir, as of now? Then, sir, lease payment are 10,000 per year. So can I say lease payment are 10,000 per year? Yes, sir. But and 15,000 per year for the option. Can I say 10,000, 10,000, and then 15,000? Yes or no? Then all payments are due at the end of the year. This is the case of advance or arrears?
Arrears.
Arrears. The next one. To obtain the lease, D incurs initial direct cost of how much? 3,000. The lessor immediately reimburses 1,000 of these costs. That means what? Lessor is giving back the money to whom?
Lessee.
C.
Lessing. How much is the amount they are giving back?
1,000.
To obtain the lease, D incurs the initial cost of 3,000. This 3,000 will affect what better? Can I say this 3,000 will be considered in what? This 3,000 we will consider in initial
Right.
direct cost?
Initial level cost.
Yes, sir.
So this is 1,000 part of the incentive given.
Now this lesser immediately, can I say lesser is receiving this? Of these costs. Now which one? Can I say he's paying initial direct cost of how much? 3,000. And the lesser, if the lesser is receiving the incentive, can I say we will reduce this in what? Right to use asset? Yes or no?
तो ये तो लिखा है लेकिन reimburses this cost, तो ये इनिशियल डायरेक्ट कॉस्ट से लेस नहीं होगा?
हाँ तो लेस ही तो बोल रहा हूँ ना, या यू लेस फ्रॉम रीएम्बर्समेंट कॉस्ट और यू रिड्यूस फ्रॉम डायरेक्ट कॉस्ट, दोनों एक ही तो है. Ultimately it will affect right to use asset. See,
हाँ.
less any incentive received or reimbursement. So we have received it. So let us consider that. Chalo then. Then sir, the interest rate which is not readily determinable increase. Can I say here instead of this one they have given incremental, they have not given the implicit rate? Yes or no? They have
Yes.
not given the implicit rate, but they have given what here? Initial direct cost is 3,000. Reimbursement is what? 1,000. So ultimately what we can say 2,000. Yes. Incremental rate is how much? 5%. Now what will I write down? See here now. As per IFR is 16. Let's see. Here lessee is only no. Oh, yeah. As per IFR is this one. Lessee will record what all better?
Right to use asset and lease liability.
Lease liability. Okay. Then what we write down? As per IFR, lessee will record right to use asset and lease liability. Lessee will record right to user and lease liability on the commencement date. Then after this, what we say? Can I say lease liability is what? Lease liability is the present value of the lease payment discounted using incremental rate. So 1 minute. Discounted using implicit rate. But implicit rate is not given. We use incremental rate. Now, can we calculate this and write down what is the value also? We have mentioned here on the commencement date, etc. Let us do one thing. Can I say we can calculate the values also so that it becomes easy for us to record this? So now let us calculate the value here. Year 1, year 2, and year 3 beta. So how much is this? 10,000, 10,000, so 10,000. Now discounting factor will be based on what? Based on what is the percentage we have here?
5%.
5%.
थर्ड ईयर में तो 15,000 है ना?
Yes. 15,000 will be the value. Now, what is the value we should consider here?
$952.952.
952, 0.952.
0.907 next year.
907.
0.863. 864.
0.6.
864.
Yeah. So how much this will be your?
$9,520, sir.
So this will be 9523. This will 9070. This will 12958. So how much is this we are getting? 9523 9070
31,551, sir.
958. It's 31551. I hope it is clear to everyone. So this, what will the company record? Can I say the lease liability is how much now? The lease liability is what?
31,551.
Yeah. So lease liability is 31,551. But what will be the right to use asset? Can I say right to use asset? This is then debit credit. We say what? Debit. Right to use as a credit lease liability. How much? 31,551. But can I say initial cost is also there here, beta? Right to use asset will be 31,551 plus what?
Plus 2,000.
Plus 3,000 minus 1,000. So ultimately, how much will this be? 31,551.
33,551.
33,551. So what will say credit? Cash of 2,000 is coming as a reimbursement. So this is clear to everyone. So right to use asset is how much, sir? The right to use asset is what? 33,551. You can write down this as a working note and you can say initial direct cost is added to the right to use asset and reimbursement is reduced from the right to use asset. Till here we have done. Now what should we do later? Can I say we have to prepare the opening balance?
सर amortization वाला टेबल बनाएंगे अब.
Yes. So how much is this, sir? 31,551. How much is my payment? My payment is 10,000, sir, first year. So next year also 10,000. Then last year 15. Now interest rate we will use the same 5% button. 31,551 plus 5%. How much is this? 33,128.55. Oh, let me keep this only same value. Alright, sorry. 1578. 31,551 plus 1578 minus 10,000. 23,129. 23,129 into 5%. 1156. 14285. 14285. Can I say minus 15,000? 715 is my interest. Here the value is 0. So now this is for your lease liability. So can I say what is the first year interest? 1578.
1578.
So can I say for the first year, can I say okay, lease liability subsequently the right to use asset will be depreciated and unwinding of lease liability will be done. The finance cost of 1345 will be recorded in P&L as an expense under financing category. See, even though this straightforward question will not come, because as I mentioned, application question, but just to have a understanding, sir, how should we write our answer, etc. Then what we say? Can I say the depreciation will be how much? The depreciation regarding right to use asset is.
फाइनेंस कॉस्ट तो 1578 है ना, 1357.
Array, sorry. 1578. 1578. So depreciation will be how much? For right to use asset, depreciation. Can I say depreciation will be charged, will be calculated based on what?
So 30,551.
Based on the lease term, yes or no? Here they do not have the option to purchase here. Useful. Have they given the lease term? They have not given the useful life. So it will be based on lease term only. So lease term is how much, sir? 3 years. So therefore, right to use was how much we recorded? 33,551 divided by 3. 33,551 divided by 3. So 1118.3. I'm getting this. Others?
Yeah, 11,183.6.
Yes, better. So can I say depreciation regarding right to use asset is 11183 will be recorded in P&L operating category. Then the lease liability in balance sheet and the right to use asset. We have to record these two things. No. So the lease liability in the balance sheet and the right to use asset is, so lease liability will be total how much? 23,129, and right to use asset is, right to use asset will be 33,551 minus 11183. 22,368. 22,368. The lease liability will be classified as non-current liability and current liability. That is, non-current is how much? Next year, 14,285. Current liability is how much? 23,129 minus 14,285. 8844. Abhi, this is the way you write down your answer if it comes. The chances are very less कि ऐसा straightforward question आएगा.
सर एक बार राइट टू यूज एसेट का वैल्यू जो हम लोग लीज लायबिलिटी के संग रिकॉर्ड किए बैलेंस शीट में, सर वो कैसे आया?
कौन सा वाला ये बेटे? डेप्रिसिएशन
ये
इंक्रीज करके 33,551 minus the depreciation of 111,183.
ओके.
Okay, understood the basic everyone?
So could you scroll up? I want to see the remainder of the answer.
Okay.
Answer.
See, when you're doing here, these will be for your learning. When you shift to your Excel, type out the answer and send me. Do not wait कि sir we will do at the end. We will do at the end. End में कुछ भी नहीं होगा. So this was the case of arrears. Now can we do the case of advance? Yes. So let me first take an example. Then we will do a question. When you see your exam kit answer only, you will say, sir, इतना calculation किया, but exam kit में कुछ है ही नहीं calculation. To understand the theory part, you have to understand the calculation, how it is done, so that the sale and lease back will be easy, lesser accounting will be easy, or sublease will be easy, because everything is interrelated. So now I say that it is the case of advance. Every year A is there, has given the, so amount they are paying is 10,000 for 5 years, and in advance they are paying, the interest rate is 10%. So can I say the first payment will be done today only, the next payment will be done here, the next payment will be done here, the next payment will be done here, and thus here. Now you only say, when we discount, should we discount all the 5 values?
No, sir.
Discounting will only be for
4 years. Yes.
these 4 values. So now what will you take the discounting? Can I say year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5? So 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, and 10,000. Discounting factor is what? 10%. So can I say first year it will be 1 only? The payment is done today only. Then how much will be this next one? 0.909, 0.826, 0.751, 0.683. So my DCF will be how much? 10,000, 9,090, 8260, 7510, then 6830. कितना टोटल इसका? 41690. So this will be what, sir? The entry we will pass is what? Debit, credit, right to use asset, lease liability. How much is this? 41690. Till your doubt? Sahana, clear now? Now, sir, what should we do here now? Can I say the payment is done today only? If the payment is done today, can I say cash is going out of 10,000 and the lease liability will reduce by 10,000 today only?
Yes.
Yes, then the interest will be based on what? Can I say the interest will be based on 31,690?
Yes.
Yes. So now when we draw our amortization table, how we will draw this?
सर हमारा ओपनिंग बैलेंस ही हम लोग 10,000 लेस करके ही चालू करेंगे.
Okay, that depends, yes or no? Can I say it that depends upon the table which you prepare? Can I say my opening balance is how much better? 41690. I will say I record a payment today only. I will create this. Then I will say what? My revised opening balance. Yes or no? This is for easy purpose. You can directly start with that also, no issues in that. Then next one. We say what? Payment. Not payment, sorry, my bad. Interest. And we say what? Closing balance. Now please say me what will happen here now. This will be how much? 31,690. Interest will be based on what? 10%.
10%.
3169. 3169 plus 10 percentage. 34,859. Next year 34,859 minus 10,000. How much this will be? Understood, everyone? In case of advance, what we do, only the one difference is what? The first payment, we will not discount it. Now you only say what is the interest you record for first year. Normal interest will be recorded this first year, second year, third year. So what will you say? Debit, credit. Cash is going out, lease liability is reducing. Then we say interest what? Interest will increase your lease liability. This will go to financing category. Now the interesting part here. So non-current and current liability will be what? Non-current liability means what? The amount that is paid next year. So how much is the amount we are paying next year?
सर इसमें हर साल फिक्स्ड रहेगा 10,000.
Yes, can I say here the current liability is 10,000 and the non-current is what? 34,859 minus 10,000. So 24,859 will be your non-current part. So out of this, sir, what is the current part? Current part is this, non-current is this. What I mentioned, current, and this is your non-current. Do not take the assumption saying, sir, ye hoga. Nahin. Why I am saying this 10,000? This 10,000 includes what all? Do you know? This 10,000 includes two things: interest payment as well as the obligation, decrease in the obligation. Any doubts in case of advance? Only this is the difference. The difference is what's the first payment we will not discount, and then current and non-current liability difference will be there. Depreciation will be same, no issues in the depreciation. Current, non-current, and the first payment. Venkat, Dilbai, Kishore, Jia, Yajash. I hope this is clear. Purvi, Sahana, everyone. If this is clear, should I give a homework question? Will you do homework question? Huh? Then do this question. Question number 4, including everything. After the class only, spend some time and do the question at that time only. So this question is what regarding now? The question which I'm giving is regarding your arrears case. Huh? So please try out this one. Why I am saying this? If your calculation is good, then you can easily focus on your theory part. When coming to your exam kit or the past papers, when you do, you'll feel everything is easy only. Now you only say me a lot of calculation we have done, and I mentioned that. Now you only say in case of lessees accounting, pura calculation hai ki nahi? Is there any explanation? No explanation. That is the reason ACCA examiner will never give so easy questions. That is the reason I mentioned that lessees accounting you should know. You should know in detail, but for exam, it will not come. Let us do this question number 2. And after this, I will start with the next topic. Now, did you get to know how to write answer? Agar by chance if this comes, just simply mention what will go to P&L balance sheet and mention what will initially be recorded, how the initial cost will be treated, etc. So please see this question now. These are F7 question. When you see your Kaplan book, only one question is given for understanding purpose of your F7. Then they have started with the SBR syllabus.
सर उसके बुक में IAS 16 में भी कुछ नहीं लिखा है.
हाँ वही तो दिक्कत है. They have written but not in detail. So please read everyone. Company Z entered into a lease on 1st January 2000 X2 for 5 years. The annual lease payment is how much? 30,000 payable in advance. That is meant at the start of each year. So 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000. Then the discount rate is how much? 9%. The company incurred initial direct cost of how much? 3,000 we will add. The lease is for a building used for business. Can I say for business? IFRS, IAS 16 will apply for it. With a useful life of 5 years. Can I say lease term is also 5 years? Ye bhi 5 years. So no such. The ownership of the building does not transfer at it. So there is no purchase option. If no purchase option means shorter of lease term or useful life, both are 5, no such problem. The lease is classified as a right to use asset under IFRS 16. Yes. Then required calculate the lease liability, initial lease liability on 1st January. Calculate the lease liability at the end of the year one, split it into current. Calculate the right to use asset on initial recognition. Calculate the annual depreciation, all this journal entry, etc. And how will you present it? Clear, Sabko? Should I do here or on Excel?
Sir,
सर
Excel,
Excel में
sir.
दिखा दीजिए.
So once again, we'll take a picture.
For which one, ma?
Question.
Question I'll paste here in Excel. No issues in that. Is the Excel sheet visible? Please confirm me yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
So which question is question number 2 only? No, Z company. Is the question visible to everyone? So see now. Can I say I will record a year? Can I say first year, second year, third year? For how many years this is? 5 years, sir. Then what will I write down? My cash flow. So how much is the amount I am paying every year? 30,000? Yes. Then what? Discount factor at what rate, bete? What is the percentage they are given? 9. So we'll say 1 divided by 1.09 to the power of 1. I will copy this and I will paste and I'll make changes. I think you can use the formula also in an exam. 5 years. Array, sorry. Will for first year it come?
First year 1, no, sir?
Huh?
1.
First year it will be what? 1, no?
Yes, sir.
Then year it will be how much? 2 years. Then year it will be how much? 3. Year it will be how much? 4. Or you can write down what? You can write down 0, 1, 2 also. No such issue. So that there is no such confusion. Now what is DCF? This into this value. So this I will get the total. Any doubts to anyone till here?
Sir, in Excel, like while doing this one, sir, applying discounting factor, that formula thing, like once can you show me, sir?
You can use Baba, but I mentioned no calculation will not be there in your exam. I have never seen such calculation for easy marks in your exam.
Okay, sir.
So this is the value. Now what should we record here? Debit, credit, what we record? Right to use asset. Then we record what? Lease liability. So how much is the value we record with them? This and this value. Now can I say on the first day only payment is done? If payment is done, can I say cash is going out? This will be what? Lease liability will reduce. So how much is the first day payment, sir? 30,000. 30,000. Now what they mentioned, we have to calculate for this one now. So they have mentioned initial direct cost also, yes or no? For initial direct cost, what is the journal entry? Cash is going out. Can I say we will include this in what? Right to use asset. How much is this? 3,000. 3,000. Any doubts to anyone here? No. Now after this, what should we do? Can I say we should prepare the this one? Opening balance. Then I say what? Payment is done. Revised opening balance. Then we have interest. We have a closing balance. So what is the opening balance? This one. What is the payment? This one. Your revised balance will be on this plus this.
थोड़ा फास्ट हो रहा है.
एक्सेल नहीं यूज करते हो क्या आप? हाँ, आई होप एवरीवन नोज दिस बेसिक. हाँ कि नहीं? Others, are you feeling fast or okay only?
A little fast, sir.
Slow us slow, sir, because we are also typing and doing.
You'd say me no. थोड़ा चलो.
हम लोग भी टाइप कर रहे हैं तो वो सर या तो टाइप करने पा रहे हैं या समझ रहे हैं.
Okay, then say me. Wait. इधर तक किसी को डाउट्स है? Till here any doubts to anyone?
Sir, from that lease liability journal entry can you tell, sir?
So see, can I say we recorded what, bete? Debit, right to use a lease liability. Can I say first payment is done today only? If the first payment is done today, that means what? It will reduce our balance.
Yes, sir.
So 30,000, it is reducing our balance. Then can I say right that initial cost where will we take? Can I say in right to use asset we will add it? Cash is going out and my right to use asset will increase. Then what I say? I prepare what table? Amortization table. Now when I prepare amortization table, what do I say? Sir, opening balance. Then I say payment. Then I say your revised opening balance. I say interest and I say what? Closing balance. Now you only say what is the opening balance here. Can I say the opening balance kitna hai? This. Sir, what is the payment, sir? Payment is, I will give a minus sign here so that it becomes easy. 30,000. What is my revised balance? This plus this value, sir. Then interest is how much, sir? This into what is the percentage we have used to discount better?
9%.
9%.
9. Can I say the same 9% I will apply here? Into 9%. Yeah, Mila, this is the interest. Closing balance will be what? Can I say revised opening balance plus this value? Clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So chalo then. Now next year, what will be the opening balance? Can I say my opening balance will be this? What will be my payments are same as the above one? Sir, interest will be revised opening balance will be what? This plus this. Interest will be what? This into 9%. Or you can use the copy paste. If you copy paste, it will come this plus this. So what will I do now? See here. I will take this, I will copy, I will paste it here. I will paste it here and I will paste it here. Can I say at the end of the 5th year, मेरे को 0 मिला? ये फैंसी वर्क मत करना एग्जाम में. Do not do this fancy work. I am doing for your understanding purpose here. Confusion create ना हो. Anyone, any doubts? I hope this is clear to everyone. So now you only say first year, what is the interest cost? Financing category interest will be how much? Can I say 8747? Yes, sir. Then what will be a non-current liability? Then we have our current liability. Abhi bolo, current liability will be how much? Can I say current liability is 30,000? The amount which we pay. Non-current will be how much, sir? Can I say this minus the 30,000? 7, this and this value is equal, if you can see. तो मैंने हाईलाइट किया है. Yes or no? The current part is this one and this one. Now, after this, can I say we have to calculate depreciation?
Sir, can you come again? 30,000.
30,000. What is the current liability, bete? Today is 31st March or 31st December. On the next day, how much I am paying? 30,000. So that will be my current liability. How much is the amount? See, today midnight, 12 o'clock, you will say my liability is how much? This one. So then tomorrow morning, will you pay this or not? 30,000. Yes. So whatever you pay tomorrow morning or the coming 12 months will be what? Your current liability. And the remaining will be what? A non-current liability.
Okay, so it's like opposite to what we did in the.
Yeah, that is ulta. This is that. It was what? This was your current liability. Yes,
Yeah.
and this was this minus this was the
Current
liability. Current
right.
liability. So this was the current liability in the previous case, and this was what? This minus the non-current liability was your current liability. But here it is what current liability is 30,000, and that 30,000 we will reduce from this. So we get what? This one. Now depreciation. Now depreciation. What is the least term in useful? Like, can I say your useful life is what? 5 years. And the lease term is also what? 5 years. So now what is the value of the asset? Asset, that is what, sir? That is your right to use asset. So what is the value of the right to use? Can I say the value of the right to use asset will be this present value of the lease liability plus what? Can I say right to use? So how much is the value? 130. So depreciation will be based on what now? Depreciation will be based on 5 years because both are same. So I'll say depreciation this divided by 5 years. So this is our depreciation. So what will be the carrying amount of your right to use asset?
सर थोड़ा धीरे.
थोड़ा धीरे. अबे
सर
टाइपिंग.
राइट टू यूज एसेट का वैल्यू सर 127 आएगा ना.
नहीं बेटा, कितना है? 127 है.
हाँ.
At direct costs.
डायरेक्ट कॉस्ट कौन ऐड करेगा?
अच्छा सॉरी सर. हाँ.
अरे डायरेक्ट कॉस्ट 3000 ना. अभी क्लियर है? मैं टाइप फास्ट करूंगा, मैं धीरे ही बोलूंगा, वो रहेगा. सो व्हाट इज द डेप्रिसिएशन? डेप्रिसिएशन कैसे कैलकुलेट सर? दिस डिवाइडेड बाय 5 years. So carrying amount will be how much, sir? Carrying amount will be what? The total value minus the depreciation. So how much is the right to use asset in our books? This is the value. Sabko clear hai? These are the items which you have to record. So this will be recorded in P&L. Which category? Category. Depreciation operating. This your interest expense will go to financing category. Clear to everyone? How should we do on Excel also? अभी इतना easy आएगा नहीं एग्जाम में. This comes for F7. This is for understanding in advance and arrears case. So any doubts you can ask me now only. Purvi, did you do all this in your FR?
Sir, but I tried to avoid lease because I didn't understand the full concept back then. But now it's clear.
Now it is clear. Okay. किसको दिक्कत हो रहा है? Anyone, any problems?
Sir, that right to use asset part, can you explain once again, sir?
This right to use asset.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right to use asset will be recorded as what? What did I mention? Right to use asset will include what? Present value of the lease liability. Did I take present value of the lease liability or not? 127,191. Then I mentioned that it will include what? Initial direct cost. Yes, sir. We have taken that 3,000. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Then we include dismantling cost. Is there anything about dismantling part here? Nothing is there.
Yes.
Then what is the other thing? Prepayment before the acquisition, any commencement payment. Have they mentioned anything here? They have not mentioned anything. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, chalo then. So for this, what will I say? Refer Excel. So now with this, the basic part of the lessee's accounting is done. Lessee accounting ho gaya. Now two small points are there which we have to discuss, and after that, I will give you a break. After that, one more break I will give you. Okay? Huh? Okay, chalo then. Recognition exam. What does this say? Now, please understand. Now you only say, what did we learn in your IFRS 16? What did we learn? Lessee should always record what, sir?
Right to use asset and lease liability.
Now, sir, can lessee avoid this? Yes, lessee can avoid this. When? In two conditions. a frequently repeated question in SBR. If you're lucky, I say 3 to 4 marks this topic can come. Recognition exemption. The lessee can elect not to apply. Can I say this is a choice with the lessee? This is a choice with the lessee. Whether they want, they can apply. If not, no issue. When, sir? When they can apply this recognition criteria? When they can say that we will not follow this? When? If it's a short-term lease. Now, what does the term short-term lease means? And
This period is less than 1 year, sir.
yes, low value asset. Short-term basically means what? Short-term means 12 months. Low value asset is not defined. Low value asset is what? Not defined by. Is not defined by what, sir? Is not defined by your IFRS 16. It is not. It is based on what? Companies. It depends on company to company. How we have seen materiality level, yes or no, in the conceptual framework varies from company to company. The same thing also will happen here. Companies to companies, it will vary. Sir, if we will not record this, then what we will do? If, sir, we are not following right to use a lease liability, then what should we do? How will you record the expense then? You will record the expense on SLM. What does SLM means? What?
Straight line method.
Straight line method. So what will I do? I will record the expense over SLM. So I say then a person is there, A is there. He has taken an asset and that asset has a low value. So if this asset has a low value, can I say the lessee can do what? The lessee can avoid, no? The lessee can avoid what? Debit right to use a lease lab. But I say this asset has been taken for 3 years. See, both are different, huh? Either it can be a short-term lease or it can be low-value asset. Do not think, sir, कि दोनों condition meet होना नहीं. I say for 3 years, the first year is paying 10,000, second year is paying 12,000, third year is paying 13,000. Now, what is the expense lessee will record? What is the expense lessee? Lessee is taking this use of low value asset. So how will lessee record the expense? Lessee will record the expense over SLM. SLM means what, sir? 10,000 plus 12,000 plus 13,000. What is the total here?
35,000, sir.
35,000 divided by 3 years. How much is this? 11,667 is the expense for the first year. Second year also 11,667. 11,667 will be the expense. Sabko clear hai? This much only is there in this part, recognition exemption. So please hear now. Lessee can use this when short-term lease and lease of low value asset. Now, what are the examples of lease of low value? Like your telephone, laptop, tablet, etc. All these are the examples of this one. If you take a second-hand car also, it will be what? Low value asset only. So this is the way. So please see now. Short-term lease means what, sir? When will you say it is short-term? Is a lease at commencement date has what? Lease term of 12 months or less. Can I say either it will be 12 months or it will be less, and does not include any option to repurchase or to do renewal? Yes or no? If I give the option for renewal, will that be 12 months? No, it will be more than that. So to be a short term lease, it should be 12 months or less, and we say that there should be no purchase option or renewal option. So lease of low value asset. IFRS 16 does not explicitly defines the lease of low value asset. Only some examples are given. Then, sir, if the lessee elects to apply the above recognition exemption, the lessee shall recognize the lease payment as what? Associated with those lease as an expense on either straight line basis, over lease term, or another systematic basis that is more representative of lease benefit. So इसका basic meaning क्या है? This basically means like your depreciation only. If the benefit is more in the initial years, record the expense more. If the benefit is equally distributed, record on the SLM basis. See, this I have not seen for calculation, but for 3 to 4 marks theory question comes. Recognition exemption.
सर जब हम लोग शॉर्ट टर्म लीज का सॉरी लो वैल्यू एसेट का जब हम लोग 1 2 3 SLM पे करते तो हम लोग उसको डिस्काउंट नहीं करते हैं.
No. This is done on what basis? No, this is done on a normal basis. This is done on what? Normal basis. Now you only say first year what is the payment they have recorded. Expense is how much? Sir, expense to 11667. Cash is going out how much for this year?
10,000.
Then the remaining will be what?
1,667.
1,667 liability or accrued expense. Accrued expenses. Your accrued expense, accrued income, asset. Accrued expense means what?
Which the
Sir,
expenses
liability that is already.
I have incurred the expense, but I have not yet paid it. Yes or no?
Yes.
Expenses, like I have used the electricity. So this month I use the electricity. It's an expense for this month, but I'm not doing the payment. I'm doing next month. So it will be recorded as a liability for the current month. So with this, are these 2 points clear? Yes, sir. Now let me give a question regarding this topic. Please see this question, everyone. Let me do one thing. Give me. So start reading the question. The alignment was proper, but when I inserted in this, the alignment is wrong.
So under SLM, it would be 10,000 divided by 12.
Okay. On 1st April 2000 X1, K entered into a 12 months non-cancelable lease for a office premises. So can I say this is a short-term lease? Yes, sir. It's a short-term lease. 12 months. At a rent of 1,000 per month payable in advance. Can I say the payment is in what? Advance. So advance means it is paid every start of the month. The first 2 months, April and May, are rent free. Now you only say, will a company give anything for free? Today they are giving 2 months free, but in the other periods they will allocate that amount. So, but expense we should record on SLM. Once we give the asset, we should record the expense after that. The payment of 1,000 per month commences from 1st June. Yes or no? So April, May you are using, from June you are doing the payment. K company elects to apply the simplified accounting treatment for short-term lease under IFR. So it's a simplified approach, etc. Expense is recorded as SLM over the lease term regardless of the payment timing. So now you only say for how many months they are taking this?
10 months, sir.
12 months. For 12 months they are taking, but what is the payment they are paying here now?
10,000.
10,000.
Can I say
10 months,
total payment made is how much? 10 into 1,000, 10,000, sir. So can I say this is the total amount? But can I say the lease term is for how many years? 12 months, no? Can I say SLM, on SLM basis we should record the expense? So 10,000 divided by 12. How much is the expense per month?
833.3.
833.333. Now let us read. Calculate the total lease expense
सर
to.
लेकिन हम लोग को तो अकाउंटिंग सिर्फ हाँ दिसंबर तक का ही करना है.
हाँ, पर ये per month. Now say me, what is the expense for the current year? Can I say for how many months we are using this? April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Can I say 9 months expense should be recorded? 833.33 into what, sir? Into your 9 months. Kitna ye? 7,500 is the expense in the current year. Clear to everyone? Then determine the cash payment during the year. Now you only say how much is the cash paid. They have started paying on what date? June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Can I say 7 months payment they have done? So how much is the cash paid? 7 into 1,000, 70,000. After this, calculate the accrued lease expense to be recognized. Now you only say the payment is how much and the expense is how much. The expense is to 7,500, but the cash paid is how much? 7,000. So the remaining will be what here now? Accrued expense, that is your liability of 500. This liability will be shown in current liability because within 1 year we are doing the payment.
So what is 7 into 1,000 again?
What is?
7 into 1,000, 7,000. How is it?
How many payments we have done? We are
Oh, it's
starting
9 minus 2 like that. Okay.
9 minus 2. You are doing the payment on what if? June, no? Count it. I have seen this type of question in one of the exam. A very easy, simple question for 4 marks. You should mention what is the expense. You should say what is the cash, and you should say what is the accrued part. And you should explain IFRS 16 saying that if it's a short-term lease, the lessee can opt for recognition exemption. No need to record right to use lease liability, and we will record the expense over SLM. So this was the part now. So now coming back to the starting flow chart, what all we have completed, sir? Lease contract, this one done, this one done. Now I thought that I will complete all this, but difficult. Let us do the sale and lease back, and then let us try if we have time to complete this lease and non-lease. So now I will give a break, a needed break.
सर ये सब कॉम्प्लिकेशन में भी रीमेजरमेंट का कॉम्प्लिकेशन बाकी है.
Remeasure, it is not tested frequently, but we will understand the logic. See, if you know discounting aata hai na, if you know how to discount, remeasurement nothing, modification nothing, same only. If I say today I received 10,000, now I will ask you a question. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. I calculate some value. I record, let's take 27,000. For first year, I record lease liability, right to use asset. At the end, I will get some right to use asset and lease liability value. Yes or no?
Yes.
Closing balance. Now from next year, I am saying instead of 10,000, 10,000, I will pay you 12,000. So what will you do? You will discount these 12,000 and you will say, sir, this is coming to 26,000. This is coming to, let's say, 25,000. And sir, when we discount these two values, the value is increasing. Whatever the increase is there, take to current lease liability and right to use asset. Done with remeasurement. Only discounting is there. We will come to this. Do not worry much. It's not so this one. If you have understood the concept of discounting, remeasurement modification will be easy. Only you have to calculation. There only calculation will be there. No such explanations, no such complex question will
एग्जाम
be.
में आएगा नहीं कैलकुलेशन है तो.
हाँ वही इसलिए तो बोलता हूँ that is the reason for remeasurement the chances are very less. If you get, you should be lucky that okay the question came of remeasurement, it will be straightforward. Only you have to discount difference, you should allocate to lease liability, right to use asset. उतना ही है बस. But let us take a break, come back and do the next important part which is tested for your exam. sale and lease back. So now time is 12:25. Everyone be back by 12:40.
Sir, could you show the previous question we just solved? The low value one, the 12 months one, sorry.
Yes, Betan. Answer part or question part?
Answer part, sir.
Okay.
So even the previous calculation that we have done, the total payment and stuff. Yeah, from here. No, down, sir. The total payment from there, yeah.
Just keep on revising. Revision only is the key so that you remember the keywords in your exam.
That's all, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Betan. Chalo, come back everyone. Chalo, everyone come back.
तो
सर ये सब कंटेंट थोड़ा ज्यादा लग रहा है, मैनेज हो जाएगा ना?
हाँ,
फिर सितंबर ऑलरेडी खत्म हो गया है, सिर्फ अक्टूबर और नवंबर का महीना बचा है।
इससे तो थोड़ा बहुत डिफिकल्ट मैडम, सिलेबस बहुत वास्ट है, दैट इज द रीजन। एंड यू कम टू।
समझ नहीं आ रहा। सर कल मैंने पूर्वी को भी पूछा, वो बोली कि आप बेकार टेंशन ले रहे हो, सब मैनेज हो जाएगा।
अरे वो मैनेज कैसे होगा कि आपको रेगुलर रिवीजन करना पड़ेगा, यू हैव टू कंप्लीट दी स्टडीज एक्सेट्रा अलोंग विद मी ऑन, जब हो जाएगा।
सर इसीलिए तो मैंने बोला कि आप रिकॉर्डिंग दे देते ना सर, सेम डे रिकॉर्डिंग दे देने से। सर क्या है, मेरे पास जब भी 2 घंटे का गैप होता है ना, मैं पढ़ लेती हूँ।
ओके, आई विल डू दैट, आज हो जाएगा आज सर। अभी क्या है कि फर्स्ट 5 लेक्चर्स 4 लेक्चर्स आर यूट्यूब, सो आफ्टर दैट रिकॉर्डिंग विल बी अपलोडेड ऑन टाइम ओनली। क्या जूम टाइम लेता है? आफ्टर दिस क्लास आई एंड नो जूम विल टेक अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम, दैट इज द रीजन।
सर मैंने बोला ना कि वो जूम वर्क प्लेस में टाइम लगता है, वर्क वीवो में एंटरप्राइज जो सॉफ्टवेयर है जूम का, उसमें बहुत फास्ट उन लोग करते हैं।
अभी सी, योर फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट भी है। अभी ये क्या, अभी ये भी एफआर का ही पार्ट, अभी ये जो सेल एंड लीज बैक करेंगे, अभी एसबीआर का पार्ट इज लिटिल बिट पेंडिंग। So in every standard that is the issue. So I mentioned what Friday we will do small standards, and your FR part Saturdays Sundays the aim will be to complete. And whenever you have holiday like October 2 holiday sabko, I will be calling. Then Navratri holidays you should come. All this.
Sir,
Huh?
you in the low value asset there was some point written over there. I didn't understand that.
Which one written?
The last point, sir, associated with those leases. That one.
Associated with those leases as an expense on either straight and bill. Yes or no? Normally we record this expense as SLM, or we record in any other way in which you are getting the benefit of that asset.
Okay.
Okay, chalo then. With this topic is done. Now coming to the sale and lease back. Can anyone give me a what does sale and lease back means?
Sir, is it something like a repurchase agreement? Somewhat similar.
Okay, somewhat repurchase agreement. Chalo. Now I say a person A is that a person B. See, whatever we do in the class, if you do properly, you understand the concept, your exam kit will be smooth. If your concepts are only here and there, no, then exam kit will be difficult. So as I complete the topic, please complete the questions which I have assigned below, etc. regarding that, so that your exam kit will be done along with me only. Now, when you see a lot of questions that are in exam kit, it's not possible. It is not required to do each and every question. But I'll stay as of now, complete it along with the syllabus so that you'll remember a lot. You will get to know what are the types of questions that comes in the exam. So now I say a person known as A is there. A is selling the asset to B. A is selling the asset to B. Today the value is 10,000. A is selling this to B for 10,000. And what A is saying to B, again, I will take this on lease from you. Now, can I say here, if I am selling a asset today to you and again I am taking this back, can I say who will be the lessor and who will be the lessee? Lesser lessee, who will be?
So B will be the lessor and A will be the lessee
Oh,
in the
okay.
second scenario.
In the second
Right.
scenario, again, think it.
Sir B will be the lesser and A will be the lessee.
So no. Lessee will be who? Lessee will be A. Lesser will be B. Now please understand here. What should we do? So sale and lease back, what will happen? The seller will sell the asset to the buyer and again take this on this. So this is known as lease it back. Now, what should we do? In that case, what will the A do? Can I say A will do what? A will first remove the asset from the book. Yes or no? A will get some cash. Yes, sir. Then A will say what? A will say that again I will record a right to use asset and a lease liability. Can I say some or the other difference will be there in the journal entry? So that difference will be what? If it is on the debit side, it will be what, sir? A loss. It will on the credit side, it is a gain. Understood, everyone? What is the first thing we are doing? A, who is the lessee again, he will sell the asset. If he sell the asset, can I say he will get what? Cash debit what comes in? Credit asset. Then what is the other thing he will say? He will say that I will record a right to use asset and lease liability. Then the balancing figure will be what? Will be the gain or loss. Now in your exam you have to mention these 5 points. First you will say the A person will de-recognize the asset. Then you will say the person A will record a right to use asset lease liability. Then any difference will be the gain or loss which we record on the sale of the asset. Now we are not yet started the accounting for lesser. We will see. Did you have a good idea regarding this? What is sale and lease back? First we sell, again we take on lease. Simple. Now, sir, a condition is there. When we will say that A is selling the asset to B, can I say when control is transferred? Yes or no? If control is not transferred, will this be a sale? No. So, how, sir, how do we confirm whether it's a sale for sure? You will see your IFRS 15 revenue. What will you see? IFRS 15 revenue. There we will again look what does the term control means. Control will again see that. No such issues in that. Clear to everyone? Now see here now. If control is transferred, if control is not transferred, then the transaction shall be accounted as a financial instrument. Normal loan accounting we will do. What I'm saying, if the control is not given, if I say today I have the asset, but I say that I'm not transferring the control. Physically the asset is with you, but I say that you're not able to take the benefit, etc. XYZ. Then what will I say? I have not transferred the control. What will the lessee do? A will record a loan, simple loan amount, whatever he receives. But if I say the control is transferred, I give you the asset, then what do? Again, I take it on list. So what should I do? I should de-recognize the asset at carrying amount, record right to use asset, and record lease liability. When, sir, when should we do lease accounting, sale and leaseback? Sale and leaseback will be done when the definition of control is satisfied as per IFRS 15. And once we come to IFRS 15, I will say what does the term control means. But everyone has a basic idea. Control means what? Take the benefit, should be directed by that person only. No one should use same thing. Now in your exam, the question will state whether the control is transferred or not. Or they will give some hint saying whether the control is transferred or not. So see here now. If the transfer does qualifies as a sale, then the seller, lessee must measure the right to use asset as the proportion of the previous carrying amount that relates to the right retained. अभी ये क्या है सर, कुछ समझ में नहीं आया. See here now. If I sell a asset today to you, I am selling a asset today to you, but again I am taking this on lease. If I take on lease back, I say the asset which I am selling you has a 10 years ka useful life. But I take this back for 5 years. Now you only say the asset which I am selling you has a useful life of 10 years, but I am taking this back for 5 years. Now you only say, can I say the right to use asset which I record will be for 5 years only? Yes or no? If I say today the asset which I have has a carrying amount of 1000, has a carrying amount of 1000, can I say from this 1000 only I will retain some right for my use? Today the asset is of 1000 I am giving you. From this 1000 only I will calculate the carrying the right to use asset. We will calculate the right to use asset. So that is a formula. How should we record the right to use asset and lease liability? So please see the formula here. Lease liability, how do we record? This asset will go at the carrying amount, sir. Lease liability, how do we record? Can I say present value of what? Future lease payment? Yes. Now, sir, how should we record the right to use asset? Right to use asset will be only recorded for the interest retained. Interest retained. Sir, how do we calculate this interest which is retained? So what is the formula here? You take carrying amount into anyone present value of the lease liability and fair value of the asset. This is the formula which we should use to calculate the right to use asset. So see here, now I will take an example. Today I say the carrying amount of the asset is 1000. I am selling the fair value of the asset is 1200. I am selling price is also 1200. The present value of the lease liability is 1100. Now what is the first thing I will record, sir? The lessee will do what? Remove the asset. What amount they will remove? 1000, sir. Then what? Debit, what they will record? Can I say credit? They will record lease liability of 1100. Yes, sir. Can I say when they sell this, the company will get cash of 1200? That is your selling price. Yes, sir. Now debit, can I say right to use asset? Can I record the right to use asset as 1200? I can't record this at 1200 because you only say carrying amount was how much in the books? Carrying amount was 1000, but the fair value in the market is how much, sir? 1200. Can I say, is it better to present this also at 1200? Will this give faithful presentation? This will not give faithful representation if I record at 1200. Why? This 1200 is the value of the asset for the remaining useful life, but we are taking lease for a particular period of time. So in that case we say whatever was the asset in our books, the carrying amount of this, only some part we are keeping back with us, we will record that as right to use asset. How we will calculate? 1100 into the present value of lease liability divided by fair value, 917. Okay. So can I say out of this 1000 value, I have retained how much? I have retained 917. So can I say remaining I have sold it? Then what is the debit or credit side? Your journal entry is not tallying. On which side?
Credit side, sir.
Credit side. So how much is the credit side? Can I say we have a gain here?
17.
17.
Yes, sir.
Yes, 17 is your gain. This gain will be what? On the sale of the asset. Can I say, are we selling the full asset? No, only the part of the asset we are selling. It's an assumption in that. So this is the way your sale and lease back accounting is done. Now in your exam, questions will come regarding this. So how will the question come? The question will give you this one and they will say that whether if it is a sale and lease back, how is the accounting done? Or discuss how the accounting is done as per IFRS 16. So you have to do calculation also, you have to explain also the path.
सर इसमें ये प्रेजेंट वैल्यू दिया रहेगा कि हम लोग को वो टेबल बना के निकालना होगा?
हाँ नहीं, ये दिया होगा इतना, examiner will not go this, that will be given better.
तो सर इसमें बेसिकली ट्रिकी पार्ट ये कैरिंग अमाउंट वाला ही पार्ट है।
बस है, बाकी कुछ भी नहीं, बाकी हो गया सेल एंड लीज बैक, नथिंग इज देयर मोर।
सर इतना सब बोलते हैं सेल एंड लीज बैक, सेल एंड लीज बैक बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, बहुत डिफिकल्ट है।
हाँ तो ऐसे ही बोलता हूँ ना, जब कुछ अभी समझ में आ गया तो हमें इजी है। सेल एंड लीज, माय इफ यू डोंट नो व्हाट इज सेल एंड लीज बैक इट विल बी टफ ओनली। अभी सेल एंड लीज, यू गेट टू नो व्हाट इज सेल एंड लीज बैक, देन इट विल बी इजी ओनली। अभी
So,
टफ क्या, व्हाट इज टफ पार्ट, आई विल कम टू दैट।
so the carrying amount of the asset also will be given, right?
हाँ, carrying amount of the asset also will be given, everything will be given only, you only have to calculate this one. So let me do a question so that it will be clear to you. Let me sale and lease back, explain how B will account. Yes, there are three cases. This is the first case we are doing. I will come to three cases also. And this attempt in your book, if you see, only two cases are mentioned and the example is only for the first case. But in the examiner, this attempt the examiner gave the case 3. So it's important that we do everything. All are same, only here and there some extra one point is that you have to understand. Nothing new in that. So please see this question, everyone. Sir, what are the three cases? Before that, let me explain you. The three cases are what? The first case is what? The fair value is equal to the selling price. The fair value is more than the selling price. Your fair value is less than the selling price. These are the three cases which will be tested. So what is the first case we have learned? This one. And in these two cases, one small point you have to remember and your sale and lease back is done. So now please read the question, everyone. Do it, chalo. So see the question. Requirement is what? Explain how B should account. Have they mentioned anything? Explain. So theory also you should write. Do calculation. So on 1st January 2000 X4, B sells an item of equipment to F for its fair value of 1 million. The equipment had a carrying amount of 800,000 prior to sale. Can I say carrying amount दिया हुआ है? See this sale and lease back, it will come. No, it will be very easy. I have seen in one attempt 16 mark question coming where you have to record the journal entries also. And you have to explain what is lease, what is sale and lease back. I will mention the question. Please solve it, a very easy question. 800,000 prior to sale. So the carrying amount they have given. What is the fair value they have given? 1 million. The sale represents the satisfaction of a performance obligation in accordance with IFRS 15. Can I say they have mentioned that this is where the control is transferred? It's a sale for sure as IFRS 15. Yes, sir. Then again they are saying what? B is selling this to whom? F, sir. Then again they are doing on that same date what? B is entering into what? Lease contract with F for how many years? For the right to use asset for the next 4 years. So they are taking this back on lease for 4 years. Then next one, sir. B enters the annual lease payment are how much? 200,000 are due at the end of each year. Can I say this is the case of arrears? The interest rate implicit is what, sir? 9. So implicit rate is given. The present value of annual lease payment is how much, sir? 650,000. Can I say they are mentioned? The remaining useful life of the machine is much greater than the lease sum. Yes or no? When you sell, the useful life is more, but you are only taking for 4. Explain how B should account for this. What did I mention? The first thing you will do here. First, let us complete the calculation. Yes or no? First, let us write down lease liability is how much, sir? Sir, 650,000, sir. Sir, fair value is how much, sir? 1 million, sir. So, selling price is also 1 million. Then, next one. Then, what is the other data? Can I say lease term is what? 4 years. After this, annual payment is how much?
200,000.
200,000. Then okay.
So even carrying amount is given.
Yes, carrying amount is how much? 800,000. So all the
800,000.
data. Now with this only, can I calculate my right to use asset or not? My carrying amount is how much, sir? 800,000. My liability is how much? 650,000. The fair value is how much? 1 million. Okay. 520 is the right to use asset. Clear to everyone? If I have calculated 520, can I say my value is how much right to use asset? Sir, $800,000. Out of this, how much I am keeping with myself? 520,000. What is the remaining here? 280, no? Can I say remaining is what? 280,000. This 280,000 I'm what? Can I say I'm selling this 280,000? Yes or no? Out of 800,000, I say I have retained 520. For the remaining, what will I say? I am selling it. So now, what is the journal entry we will record? Say me the journal. Debit cash that is coming in of 1 million, sir. So credit asset is going out of how much, sir? 800,000, sir. Then what you say? Debit, sir, right to use asset is coming in of how much is right to use? 520,000, sir. Credit lease liabilities. How much is the lease liability here? Lease liability was 650,000. So now there is a gain or loss. Can I say we have a gain here on the credit side of 70,000? Is this right?
So
Tally.
the cash coming in is 1 million, right?
The cash is coming in 1 million, but I've written 1 million only, no? Because the fair value and the selling price is equal or not? How much is the cash coming in? We are selling this for the fair value. So 1 million, 1 million, better.
So this will be gain on sale of asset, right?
Gain on sale of asset. Now, which asset? Gain on sale of the part which we have
Okay.
removed it. So now you only say me, this is the selling price. With the help of journal entry, it is easy to identify the gain or loss. But with the help of numbers, how will you do it? How much is the part which we are selling, sir? 280. Now, can I say this 1 million is relating to what all? This 1 million is relating to the sale of what? 280. And the total is how much?
So 520.
520, or 800.
Sir, carrying amount.
No, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, sorry.
सर आप ये क्या करना चाह रहे हो वो समझ नहीं आया.
No, right, that is the reason. 1 minute. Now, what did we calculate? Our gain was how much? 70,000. Now, this 70,000 is relating to what? Can I say this 280,000? Yes or no? This 70,000 gain. Now, what is the selling price of this one? What is the selling price of this one? This is the carrying amount. And what is the selling price so that we get a profit of 70,000?
So 210.
I say your carrying amount, your selling price you don't know. Your carrying amount you know it is 280,000. Your profit is 70,000. Now how much will be your selling price?
210.
210
सर कैरिंग अमाउंट से तो ऐड हो जाएगा ना.
so add होगा कितना होगा ये?
35.
Can I say this will be 35,000? And when you less this, you get what? The profit. This is the other way to calculate what is the selling price now. 350,000. Now,
हम लोग को तो सेलिंग प्राइस सर 800,000 दिया ना.
selling price 800,000 दिया कि 1 million दिया?
तो सॉरी 1 million 1 million.
1 million. So can I say that 1 million, whatever is the value, includes what? 350 of what? Selling price of what? The asset which we have. Yes or no? ये जो 1 million है ना, this 1 million includes what? Two things, yes or no? This will include the lease liability. This will include what? The selling price of the asset which you have sold. 650 and 350. How much is the lease liability? 650. Now in your exam, what should you do? In your exam, do not focus on this. Pass the journal entry and get the gain value. Do not do this way. This way is very confusing. Yes or no?
पिछली में पूरा कंफ्यूज हो गए हैं
हाँ
सर,
इसी.
क्योंकि वो तो बोल रहा है कि वो पूरा ही 1 million इज द सेल वैल्यू.
1 million sales value.
और
But can I
सर
say
वो लीज
these liabilities 650? Can I say again I am retaining some part of the asset? Logic में क्या हो रहा है? I sell something and again I retain it back. I get it back. Can I say the amount which I sell, out of that only I will retain something? No. Sahana,
Sir, I'm not understanding anything.
why ma?
बहुत कंफ्यूज हो गए.
It's very fast, you know. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ slow down.
Is this clear? Cash is clear? This journal entry is clear? Is
Sir,
it
one second. Base
Yes.
fair value and selling price will be same. This is first case, right?
Yes, case 1.
So when your question is given fair value, you have to consider that as a selling price.
Yes. If nothing is given, assume that only as the selling price. It will be mentioned in the question whether the selling price fair value is different. We will see that also.
Okay. In the journal entry, we have to first enter asset is coming in, cash is going out.
No.
First
Asset
entry.
is going out, ma. Asset is going out. Cash is coming in.
Okay, sale and okay, yeah. Cash is going out. So cash will be the selling price amount and the
Yeah.
asset will be
Carrying amount.
carrying amount.
Carrying
Okay,
amount, selling price. Yes.
तो ये नॉर्मल सेल का प्रॉफिट एंट्री हो जाएगा. डेबिट कैश, क्रेडिट एसेट और प्रॉफिट एंट्री जो नॉर्मल सेल का
Yes.
होता है.
This is the profit.
क्रेडिट पीएनएल.
The profit P&L. Okay.
Yeah,
सर
the
लेकिन यहाँ पे तो प्रॉफिट एक्चुअली सर देखिए, अगर कैश हमारे पास 1 million आ रहा है एंड वी आर गिविंग ओनली 0.8 million, देन सर आर प्रॉफिट तो अभी इस केस में इज 0.2 million, राइट?
It should be 0.2. But you only say, are you selling the entire asset or you're retaining some part of that asset? Can I say asset की carrying amount कितनी है? 800,000. Out of that, how much you are keeping with yourself? 520. And remaining only you are selling. Backside, these all calculation will done. That is the reason I say just follow the journal entry. Everything will be easy. अगर ये जो पार्ट है ना, this I in my FR also I never do this. I first explain with journal entry, then I say this. In your exam, you should only calculate the gain or loss. This gain is only for what? The right which we have sold.
Sir, so this gain is between the cash and the asset, right?
This gain is overall considering the 4 things together with it.
Okay, sir. So cash and asset is the first entry. Second entry will be right to use asset and lease liability from the question.
From the question. And
Like,
then
lease
remaining will
liability
be
from
your
the-
gain.
सर इसको अगर
Also the
दो
gain
जर्नल
of
एंट्री में मारेंगे तो इजी नहीं रहेगा.
क्या?
इसको अगर 2 पार्ट में जर्नल एंट्री करेंगे तो सर इजी नहीं होगा.
नहीं, कैसे इजी होगा? गलत हो जाएगा ना.
अच्छा.
इसको साथ में ही करना है. अगर वो भी मैं सेपरेट करके सिखाऊंगा ना, पूरा डिटेल में हो जाएगा, पूरा कॉम्प्लेक्स हो जाएगा, कुछ समझ में नहीं आएगा बाद में.
So just explain the gain part, sir, once.
Gain part. Can I say whatever difference will be your gain or loss?
Difference between what, sir?
The journal entry. As of now.
Debit total and credit total.
Yes, simple.
Okay, got
Now,
it.
how do you get the 70,000? I will explain now. See, If I explain also, it will be little bit difficult for you to take up. Yes or no?
Yeah, sir. So SP minus CA, how can it be total?
That is the reason I'm saying the logic is something, the total calculation is something. The total calculation what? Now this 800,000 was there?
Hmm.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Out of this 800,000, can I say this 800,000 only we have taken for the calculation of right to use asset? Yes or no?
Yes, carrying amount.
Carrying them. Can I say how much did we get right to use asset?
520.
Can I say out of this 800,000, how much you have retained back in your business?
Sir, 800,000 minus 520, 2,80,000.
No. How much you have retained in your business? Can I say 520 we have retained? That is the reason we are recording this as a right to use asset.
Yeah.
Yes?
Okay. Yeah.
What
Yeah.
will be the remaining part? Can I say that remaining part I'm selling here?
Mm.
Yes or no? Can I say this out of this 800,000? There are two things now. One is the right which we have retained, and one the right which we have sold. So what is the right we have sold ultimately? 280,000, sir. What is the right which we have retained? 520. ये
सर
क्लियर है?
सर एक और चीज समझ में आया है,
हाँ
जस्ट वांट टू नो कि वो सही समझ में आया क्या। सर हम लोगों का एसेट का हम लोग सेल किए हैं 1 मिलियन में,
हाँ
और वो हमारे बुक में था 0.8 मिलियन में।
हाँ
तो हम लोग उसको 0.8 मिलियन से हटा देंगे बुक से।
यस यू
दैट इज वाई वी हैव डन द क्रेडिट एंट्री फॉर द
हाँ
एसेट।
यस फर्स्ट
एंड लीज सर लीज लाइबिलिटी के अगेंस्ट में हमें पेमेंट मिल रहा है 650 का।
हमको देना है, पेमेंट किया नहीं है, लीज लायबिलिटी किया, यू हैव टू पे।
सॉरी, हाँ पेमेंट दे, सॉरी सर, सॉरी, राइट टू यूज एसेट हमारा 520 है,
हाँ
वो हमारा आ गया। और सर उससे माइनस करेंगे अगर तो हमारा कैरिंग वैल्यू हमारा जो 280 आ जाएगा, जो पार्ट सेल हुआ है।
हाँ
सर तो अगर हम लोग राइट टू यूज एसेट और जो सेल पार्ट है उसको ऐड करके और कैश माइनस करें सर, तो भी तो हमारा प्रॉफिट आ जा रहा है।
हाँ, वो तरीका है। देयर आर 4 to 5 ways to calculate the profit. There are 4 to 5 ways to calculate the profit. But which one is easy? You only say journal entry सबसे easy है. What will
हाँ
you?
सर, जर्नल एंट्री इजी है, लेकिन सर लॉजिक नहीं समझ में आ रहा
अभी
है।
logic I will come to that. No, wait, no. Logic I will come. You remove the asset at 800,000. Now I get cash of how much, sir? 1 million. I record a liability of how much? 650. Yes or no? Are the first three part clear? First three journal entry clear to everyone here? Now the confusion is in this right to use asset one. Now right to use asset should be recorded at what value you only see. Normally हमने क्या पढ़ा है? 650,000 the present value of the lease liability. But you only say me in today when I'm selling the asset in my books, the value of the asset is how much? 800,000. Some part of this 800,000 I'm actually retaining it in my business. Yes or no? I sell and again I take back. That means what? Some part only I sell, some part I retain in the business. Now out of this, what is the part you retain, what is the part you sell? We have done the calculation. What was the formula for this? Carrying amount into present value of lease liability divided by the fair value. This was the right which we have retained, and this was the remaining, that is this minus right retained is what? Right sold. Yes. Right sold for what one, sir? 800,000. Out of this 800,000, 520,000 I have retained. How much is the part I have sold? 280, no? Yes, sir. 280. Okay. Now, the when you record right to use asset as this one, then you will see that your journal entry is not tallying. Debit side is more, but the credit side some value spending. That value will be known as what? Your gain. If the balancing figure is coming on the debit side, it will be a loss. Now, how did we get this? Coming back to that point now. You only say me, this 800,000, we are selling this for what? 1 million. This 800,000 has two things, yes or no? Right retained, how much is this? 520. Right sold is how much? 280. Now, can I take this 1 million and allocate or proportionate these two values so that I get the selling price of these. So I'll take 1000 into what? 280 divided by 800. Please do let us see whether the answer is coming right or not. This is one more way which you normally do. You are getting 350 as the selling price relating to this. Now 350 is your selling price relating to what, sir? This part. The remaining 650 is what? For the right retained. That is your lease liability. So now you only say this minus this will be how much? 70,000 as a P&L gain. Now
So this was much better than the other method.
Yes.
This method was much easier than the
हाँ
other.
सर, ये थोड़ा कंपैरेटिवली बहुत इजी है, स्पेशली राइट रिटेन और राइट सोल्ड वाला कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर होने से दिस इज वे बेटर.
हाँ, मैं आ रहा था इस पॉइंट पर, बट बिफोर दैट ओनली सबको सर ये कैसा आया, ये कैसा आया, ये कैसा आया, अभी समझ में आया सबको. सो इन योर एग्जाम आंसर यू शुड से द गेन और लॉस ओनली विल बी रिकॉर्डेड फॉर व्हाट?
द पार्ट
सोल्ड, नॉट राइट विच इज देयर विथ अस. So what is the journal and how do we answer this now? Can I say let me reduce let me remove this part? Yes or no? अभी समझ में आ गए तो let me take this
सर
above.
पूरा लाइफ टाइम सेल और लीज बैक एकदम डिफरेंट वे से समझा हुआ है.
पूरा लाइफ में मतलब
सर अभी तक जहां पे भी अकाउंट्स पढ़े हैं सबको ही सेल एंड लीज बैक समझाए हैं कि मेरे को कैश का जरूरत था तो मैंने अपना एसेट बेच दिया, लेकिन मेरे को वो एसेट भी चाहिए,
हाँ
इसलिए
वही है
मैंने
लॉजिक. लॉजिक तो वही है बट अकाउंटिंग ट्रीटमेंट अलग है बेटे. अकाउंटिंग अलग है. व्हाई डू आई सेल एंड अगेन टेक इट बैक? बिकॉज आई नीड कैश. यस और नो? सेल एंड लीज बैक क्यों करते हैं? आई सेल बिकॉज आई गेट गुड अमाउंट एंड ओवर द इयर्स आई विल पे यू स्मॉल अमाउंट. बट इसका अकाउंटिंग कैसे होता है? दिस इज द वे द अकाउंटिंग इज डन इन योर बुक्स. सो दिस इज right retained, this is right sold, that is this value. abhi ye this is now what will we say? Can I say how do we answer this? As per IFRS 16, as per IFRS 16, if the as per IFRS 16, if the sale if the sale transaction satisfies the IFRS 15 conditions, IFRS 15 condition, that is control is transferred, then we record, then we record it as a sale and leaseback transaction. Then we record it as a sale and leaseback. So then, sir, what is the accounting? Now, in this case, can I say B should do? B must remove the carrying amount of the asset. B must remove the carrying amount of the asset from its financial statement, that is your balance sheet. Can I say B will record right to use asset, right to use asset, B will record right to use asset, that is right retained. How do we calculate this? Can I say this is measured as proportion of previous carrying amount, proportion of previous carrying amount that relates that relates to the right retained. Proportion of the carrying amount. Out of that carrying amount, we see how much is the value we have retained. How this is calculated? By what we say? Let me write down here. Calculated as lease liability divided by the fair value of the asset. Then the right to use asset and lease liability will be accounted normally as per IFRS 16 lessees accounting. We depreciate and we unwind it. Can I say the profit for the right sold is recorded in P&L under which category? Operating category. Clear to everyone? So what is the profit we have calculated? 70,000. See, as I mentioned, profit has a lot of ways. You can calculate the total profit also, and then you can take the ratio of the carrying amount. In that also you will get the value. So this is what, sir, case 1. Any doubts to anyone in case 1? I hope this is clear. So please see here in the notes what I have written. Fair value of the lease liability divided by fair value of the asset into previous carrying amount. This means. So this is the journal entry which we record. Sir, gain or loss will go where? If that asset which we are selling is a PP operating category. Investing intangible asset or PP operating. If it is investment property, it will go to investing category. If you have understood this, the remaining will be easy. Can I start with the next case here now? Case 2. So understand the case 2. Today I say A is there, B is there. I say here A is selling the asset for the fair value in the market today is 1000, but A is selling this for 1200. A is selling this for 1200. Now you only say me, I say today that in the market today the value of the asset is how much, sir? 1000. I say that I need 1200 from you. Will you give me 1200? In market, if you purchase the asset, you will get for 1000. But I am saying that I need the asset for 1200. Will you consider this?
No.
You will say, sir, but I say that I need 1200. What will you do then? Will you pay still?
Sir, then in lease back, I will charge more.
Okay, you say that you charge me. But I say today that I need more. Can I say, okay, Kishore is saying, sir, it will be treated as a loan. Okay. Others, can I say I will charge in lease liability more? But will I pay the more value for the lease liability? Am I full to pay more? If I take more, I will pay more. Yes, sir. Simple. So then this excess of 200 will be known as what? Loan. I say that I need 1000. You will say, sir, we will give you. Sir, we will give you 1200. But what we can do a favor for you? So that 200 we will give you as a loan. That 200 we will give you as a loan. So what should we do? The accounting will remain same. But this 200 should be shown as separate loan. And this should not be included in the lease liability also. But you only say, when I pay you lease liability, can I say I will pay this loan amount back to you with the interest?
सर इसमें तो फिर finance cost वगैरह का भी बहुत सारा concept
But
है.
this detail the examiner will not ask. What is required for your exam? I will explain. But everyone understood the first part that 1200 will come. Why? Because I say that I need 1200. That means the difference of this 200, I will record this as a normal loan. What will I do? I will record this as a normal loan. So now I say that the carrying amount of the asset is 800. So what is the first thing I do? You only say me. Debit bank that comes in. What is the bank value that comes in? Can I say 1200 will come full? Yes, sir. Credit asset, sir. What is going out, sir? 800 is going out, sir. Then what we say, sir? Debit right to use asset, credit lease liability. Yes or no? I say the present value. This also will be given. The present value of the future payments. The present value of the future payment is 857. What they are saying? The present value of the future payment is 850. What is the value? 850. Now, when I'm doing the future payment to you, can I say in this future payment, the loan amount also I will pay you? That 200 also I'll pay you or not? In. So I remove that from this. So my lease liability will become what? 850 minus 200. So remaining will be 650. And what will I say credit? Loan of how much? 200. Credit loan of how much, sir? 200. Then right to use. How do we calculate right to use? Carrying amount is how much, sir? 800 into present value of lease liability. Can I say present value of lease liability is 650? Then what is the fair value of the asset? Fair value of the asset is 1000. So what is the right to use asset you're getting? Please calculate and say me.
520.
520.
How much?
520.
520. Okay, now you only say which side the balance is more or which side the balance is less so that we can calculate gain or loss. 1200 plus 520. That's 800.
Debit side balance is more.
Debit, can I say credit side, we will have a gain of 70. अभी correct है. 800 plus 650 plus 200 plus 70. Yes, it's right. So here we have a gain of 70. So understood what is the difference? If the fair value is less and the selling price is more, whatever is the difference will be treated as per a loan. If I say today the value is 1000, but I am selling this to you to 1200. The substance here is what? The substance over form is what here? That 200 is your loan. So when I calculate the present value of the future payment, I say in that 200 is the loan. So I separately record this as a loan value here. So can I give a question now regarding this one? So please see everyone and say me whether this is case 1 or case 2. Case 1 we have done an example. Case 2 example I've given, explain the logic. Now we are doing the partner.
So case 2.
This is case 2. Can I say case 2 means what, sir? They are selling this for 1 million, but the fair value in the market is how much? This, sir. And the carrying amount is this. Then a contract exits, benefit to be transferred, a price is given, and performance obligation has been satisfied. So can I say IFRS 15 conditions are being satisfied here? And J can treat the transaction as per sale and lease package. J will make 10 annual lease payment of how much? $115,000. The interest rate implicit is what? 5%. The cumulative discount factor, annuity factor is given what? From 1 to 10 years is 7.72. So this has already been given for the, when I say no, we take year 1, year 2, then we take discount factor. This discount factor total is given as 7.72. Can I say if I directly multiply this into this, I will get the total value? Yes or no, everyone? Basic. So now question. Discuss how the sale and leaseback transaction is accounted for in accordance with IFRS 16. So we have to account this as per. Now you only say what should we do?
सर हमेशा ऐसा ही होगा क्या कि हम लोग जब सेल कर रहे हैं तो फेयर वैल्यू से बेसी पे सेल कर रहे हैं?
Basic assumption is we sell, we will, now you only say if I sell, I am selling my asset to you, you will purchase this at what? Whatever is the market rate, the fair value. Yes or no?
यस.
If I say that I am selling this to you at a more value, will you purchase it? No. You will say what? I will take, but the difference amount I will give you as a loan. I say that I need 1 million, but you are saying, sir, market में fair value 900,000 है. That 1 million is here the concept of substance over form is used. Substance over form says what? Not only what is written on the paper, you have to go in deep of the transaction. No one is a fool saying that for 900,000 will pay 1 million. अगर मालूम है fair value इतना है तो no one will purchase at 1 million. So you say what? I'll purchase, but that 0.1 million will be a loan. The difference will be treated as a loan. So now, chalo, first let us do the journal entry and then we will write down the theory. Debit, credit. You only say how much is the cash coming in, sir? 1 million. How much is the value of the asset that is going out? I say students to pass the journal so it becomes easy. Then what we record, sir? Can I say what is the value of the annual lease payment? Can I say 1,15,000 into 7.72 बेटे कितना रही है 887800. Now can I say in this 88 can I say 1 million is relating to 0.1 million or 1 lakh is relating to loan? So 787800. This will be your lease liability. Out of this total lease payment, can I say 0.1 million, $100,000 is relating to loan and remaining is lease liability. So I say my lease liability is how much here? 787,800. Then I say credit loan of how much, sir? Credit loan of 1 million. Then what I say? Debit right to use asset. I should calculate right to use asset. How should I calculate right to use asset? You only say me now. We will say carrying amount into present value of the lease liability divided by the fair value of the asset, not selling price. Fair value is 900. If you do this, what is the value we are getting? 525,200 I'm getting. 525,200. So how much is the profit? I'm getting 37,000 as the gain. 37,400 gain. Okay.
सर एक कंफ्यूजन था सर, इसमें बोल रहे 10 एनुअल लीज पेमेंट्स ऑफ 115 सर, ये इंटू 10 नहीं होगा?
अरे बेटे, ये ऑलरेडी जो 7.7 है, ये ऑलरेडी 10 को कंसीडर करके है.
अच्छा.
अपन जब एक्सेल पर करते हैं ना, व्हेन वी नॉर्मली डू डिस्काउंट फैक्टर 0.90, 0.826, 0. The total of that, so already that is considering the factor of 10.
सर वो तो फैक्टर ऑफ 10 है सर, लेकिन पेमेंट भी तो 10 बार जाएगा ना 1,15,000 का.
अरे वो ऑलरेडी ले रहा. अरे 1 मिनट.
दिस इज द टोटल पेमेंट ऑफ 10. 10 डिवाइड मतलब हर
हाँ, हर साल. यस.
इसका टोटल किया हुआ है. हर साल हम लोग जो पेमेंट करेंगे उसका टोटल है 115,000, राइट?
हाँ, नहीं नहीं नहीं, ये सिंगल पेमेंट है बेटे. 10 एनुअल लीज पेमेंट ऑफ दिस वन, ये सिंगल पेमेंट पर ईयर का पेमेंट है ये.
ओके.
पर ईयर इनटू द क्यूमुलेटिव जो 7.72 ना, दिस इज कंसीडरिंग योर 10 आल्सो, एंड इट इज कंसीडरिंग योर डिस्काउंटिंग फैक्टर आल्सो.
ओके.
Everyone getting the same answer? Now how will you present? You do not think, write down in your own words. What will you say? As per IFRS 16, can I say it is a sale and lease back because the IFRS 15 performance obligation is satisfied? Performance obligation is satisfied. That means control is transferred. Then after this, what we record?
Sir, IFRS 15, no, sir.
Sorry, ma'am. IFRS 15 performance obligation satisfied. Can I say the present value of the lease liability is how much did we get? 87,887,800. That is 11500 into your what is the, and it is 7.72. Can I say the present value of the lease payment of 8878 includes what? It includes, can I say it includes what? It includes the additional finance provided by the buyer, that is the lessor. That is how much is the excess? That is $100,000, and the remaining is the lease liability, that is 787,800. That is 887,800 minus 1. Then what you will write down? Then we will say the lease liability will be recorded at 78780, and the right to use asset will also also be recorded at, can I say this will be what? Proportion of the carrying amount of its carrying amount. So how did we do this? 600 into 800, then divided by the fair value of the asset. We got this as how much? 52, 5 2. This is this. Then can I say the gain on the sale of the right is recorded in P&L? That is, how much is that? We have calculated with the help of journal entry. Yes or no? But when we do on the other way, you can do a lot of other ways, other etc. But can I say we have already calculated? You can refer in the working note. The gain is how much? 37,400. Now, can anyone explain me how did we get this 37,400?
यस सर, वो जो हम लोग राइट टू रिटेन्ड और राइट सोल्ड का कैलकुलेशन किए थे ऐड करके और उसको लेस किए थे.
So can I say how much is the value of right retain? I say 5 to 500. What is the right sold better? The right sold will be remaining 600 minus this one. Right sold will be 600 minus 525 200. So this will be 74 800. Then you can again use this and calculate the value. What is the total gain? Total gain kitna hai? Can I say what will be the total gain? If I see, what will my total gain be? What is my total gain? Total gain is how much? If I see from this point, 1 million, and I'm this 9 million minus 600. Can I say my total gain is what? 300,000? Yes or no? So, or the other way I'm teaching, see now, 300,000 is the total gain, and calculate proportionate this. Even you do this, your gain will come to 37,400 only. If you do this method also.
सर 300,000 कहाँ से आया?
ये gain है बेटे. This is the next method I have done.
हाँ सर, वो 300,000 कहाँ से आया?
300,000 gain है बेटे, total gain हमारा. अब I'll show 1 minute. Give me 1 minute.
अच्छा सर, वो 0.9
Yes, 9 million was the
माइनस
fair value and the carrying amount.
कैरिंग वैल्यू.
This is the other way to do. I mentioned 4 to 5 ways are there. Abhi now in the previous one, when we did, we proportionate the selling price, then we reduce. Can I say this is the most easiest one then? Then can I say right to use asset will be depreciated over, what is the useful life give? What is the lease term here? Can I say the lease term here is 10 years over 10 years. So therefore, what will be the depreciation? 5,200 divided by 10. The depreciation will be 52,520 depreciation. Then lease liability interest cost will be recognized. Will be recognized normally. So The finance cost is how much, sir? What is the value of lease liability? 787,800 into, okay, can I say interest will apply to everything? No. Can I say interest will apply to this also? Your loan also, as well as lease liability. For both it will apply, no? Interest. So I say the finance cost will be how much? 878,800 into 5%. On both the things you can do separately also, no such issues. 43,940. Or yes, some of the other mistake I've done ना.
सर 87 वाला तो फिगर कहीं नहीं, 8878 वाला फिगर पे आएगा ना?
हाँ, yes. 887,800 into 5%. 44,390. So this is the way you should continue. So with this, I hope the case 2 is also clear to everyone. In your notes, I have given what are the points that you have to write down.
और सर इसमें हम लोग इसका जर्नल एंट्रीज भी दिखाएंगे क्या, डेप्रिसिएशन का, इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट?
अगर if the question is saying please pass the journal entry, then record it. If not, नहीं करना बेटे.
Even in the first case, we have to.
Yes. Journal entry is not so required. You have to see the requirement and record it. So सबको clear है? I hope this is clear to everyone. So see here in the notes you can refer the case 1, case 2 I have written in red, case 3 now. I have written everything here. What are the important points you have to write on in your exam? These 6 points should be mentioned in the exam. Then chalo, let us come to the last case. After that it will be done for the day.
सर इसमें हमारा लेसी का फुल अकाउंटिंग खत्म हो जाएगा?
No, still lease and non-lease and re-measurement is pending. We will do that, no issues. Re-measurement बहुत छोटा है, not so. See, if you have understood discounting now, no, now everything will be easy. अभी कुछ नहीं है. Concepts I have done. The concepts which were important I have already done. Now only discounting will be there, and here and there some points which you have to focus on. So please see the case number 3. Case number 3 is what, sir? A is there, B is there. The cost was, the carrying amount was how much? 100, 800. The fair value, how much did I take? I had taken 1000. And I say that when we are selling to this person, we will sell at 900. We will sell this at 900. So what could be the logic here now?
The asset is of not that good condition, so.
Let me change the figure so it will be carrying amount is 800. We are selling for 900. So what could be the assumption here now? The assumption is that today in the market the value is how much, sir? 1000. But will I sell you for 900? Will A sell at 900? Is A fool here? No. A will not sell, but even though A will not sell, but A will have to sell this. So when A will sell this, A will assume what? This difference of 100 A has already received. What is the assumption you have to take? This exam, September exam, this case was tested. And this is not written in any of your book. Only one simple line is written. In the study hub, also study hub, a question is that, but when coming to your Kaplan, BBP, no such questions. Only one single line is written. So you do understand that. So the assumption is what, sir? Assumption is what? That this 100 is what? Advance payment. Now let me pass the journal entry. You only say me journal entry. What do we do? Debit, credit, sir. Debit, bank is coming in, sir. How much, sir? 900, sir. asset is going out at the carrying amount. How much is the value of the assets, sir? 800, sir. Then you only say what is the lease liability. Have I mentioned what is the lease liability here? No, no. So let me say lease liability present value of lease payment is 650. What I mentioned here? Present value of the lease liability 650. It will be given up. So I say lease liability 650. Now right to use asset, how will I record? When I record right to use asset, what will I say?
Carrying amount
What is the carrying amount? 800
800
divided by fair value. How much is the fair value of the asset? 1000.
1000.
Now then what we say? Present value of lease payment. Yes or no? So
Yes.
what is the present value of lease payment बेटे यार?
सर 650 है, लेकिन हम लोग अज्यूम किए वो 100 रुपया पहले भी मिल गया है.
हाँ, so can I say this will be 650 plus 100? Yes or no? So that also will be part of the lease liability. Just we have seen the example for advance. Yes or no? Advance, in advance, what we were taking, the full value is the lease liability. Yes, initially you pay, it reduces, we know. So here the lease liability will be 750. Now it is 750. Please calculate how much this will be your right to use. 800 into
So
7.
600.
How much you're getting, better?
600.
600. Can I say my right to use asset is 600? Then can I say what is the other thing I have to record? Can I say I will record what now here? The difference. What is my difference? 1500.
Sir, 50.
50. Which side better? 50.
Sir, in the debit side is more. Credit side gain.
Less, na? So credit, can I say it will be my gain of 50. So please see here now. In the notes, I have written this also case. If selling price is less than what? Example also I have given here. Recognize cash at the selling price. Recognize the de-recognize the old asset carrying amount. Recognize lease liability present value of annual payment. Recognize right to use asset, that is lease liability plus fair value minus the advance payment, fair value of the asset. Then gain or loss will go to operating category. Clear to everyone this question? So please see the disclosure. What should be given? Please read once. Please read the disclosure that should be given, better everyone.
Sir,
Yes, better.
in the end, they've told that to disclose any nature of leasing activities and any restrictions. No, these are the restrictions posed by the lessor, right?
Ah, yes, yes. That should be mentioned, better.
सर सब लीज भी तो लेसी के बुक्स में होता है।
सब लीज,
सर
सब
मैं
लीज,
सर मैंने लीज पे लिया चीज और फिर मैंने वो किसी और को दे दिया।
हाँ,
और
we'll come to that. See, in the last page मैंने I've made a very good flow chart. So if you learn this flow chart, सारा क्लियर हो जाएगा ये. अगर लेसी लेसर अकाउंटिंग इज क्लियर, नो सबलीज इज नथिंग. Sublease is nothing, copy paste same. So do not worry about sublease. Then see now, I have mentioned from here sublease. Then you have a manufacturer and dealer. I have not seen this in the exam, but recognition of lesser, see कितना है? Recognition of lesser कितना? इतना ही है. Three things you have to learn. We have to identify finance operating lease. What is the accounting for operating lease? What is the accounting for finance lease? Done with that. And then you have your what? Lease modification. You have your remeasurement. You have sale and non-lease and multiple lease component. This one, all short topics only. Now the major part we have done, no. So here and there topics are such a way that, sir, lease and non-lease, how should you treat it? Treat it separately, normal as per this one and this as a expense. Lesser accounting is also very simple. Now we have learned, no, the recognition exemption. The operating lease for your lesser will be same as the recognition exemption. Instead of expense, they will record income on SLM basis. And what will the finance lease do? They will record the discounted value. There we record lease payment. Here we record lease receivable for the lessee. Give me 1 minute. I'm not getting the question for this one. Your last case. Last attempt, last quarter I had done it, but मेरे को मिल नहीं रहा है question. Oh. So until please do this. So for today it's done, Baba. इससे ऊपर मैं नहीं करवा सकता हूँ. I thought that I had to complete lease and non-lease also, that multiple part. But कोई नहीं, चलो, let us do that in next class. So please read the disclosure part, and if you have any doubts, you can ask me. Anyone, any doubts?
Sir,
Yes.
sir, in terms of sale and lease back, in individual point of view, sir, like whenever they will sell, no, sir, the particular property, and again they lease back, no, sir, after a particular like period of time, like say 10 years or something.
Yes.
That amount it will be based on first one, they'll determine or what, sir?
Which one? The lease liability or your this one?
This lease liability, sir.
Lease liability payment, they will decide that every year you have to pay this much. First, I will do the sale transaction. Then I'll come and request to you. Plus, please give me this, etc.
Okay, sir.
सबको क्लियर है? So till here, This is done. So what all we have completed for lease? Lease, this, recognition, sale and lease back, 3 cases are done. Now lease and non-lease is pending. Then finance, lease, operating, lessors, accounting, this, etc. We will do. No, so but if you have understood till now, no, the lessors accounting will be easy on. Kuch zyada difficult nahi. Same thing. They are also discounting, only the terms are different. Everything will be same. So now on Friday, what we will be doing? IAS 38 we will be doing Friday. IAS 38 I will do, and if I have time, I will do the lease and non-lease component, a small topic there. Okay. So with this, can we end the session now? Others, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, then bye bye. Have a good day. Enjoy your Sunday.
सर
Good
प्लीज
feedback.
आज फ्राइडे का या कल कल वाला लेक्चर एक अवेलेबल करा दीजिए, तो सर एक टॉपिक कंप्लीट हो जाएगा आज।
अभी कर देता, अभी सारा कुछ हो जाएगा। मैं सर को बोलता हूँ, अभी हो
प्लीज
जाएगा। सर का भी अभी FM क्लास, उसके बाद में सर फ्री होंगे। अभी मैं सर को कॉल करूंगा।
सर एक टॉपिक अवेलेबल करा देने से एटलीस्ट आज का दिन यूज हो जाएगा।
हाँ हाँ, पक्का।
और सर आप थोड़ा बताने वाले थे कि कैसे पढ़ना है एंड ऑल।
ओके ओके, लेट मी स्टॉप द रिकॉर्ड।